Are there appearance for the state in the PD's office, please?
Brenda Eugene on behalf of the State Attorney's Office.
Letitia George on behalf of the Office of the Public Defender.
And are there any PC challenges? I don't hear anything from defense. Okay.
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and start with Stephen Mark Spear. Treated as a move up.
Who?
Oh, it's not a move up?
No, she just was letting us know, so when we come
Yeah,
to it.
I saw that. Okay. Scratch that.
I'll take it.
Yep, I saw that.
So we have Mr. Brewer first.
Okay, thank you.
Brewer.
John Nathan Brewer, is he coming?
Yes, Your Honor, he is approaching.
Time served offer?
Yes, Your Honor.
And not related to Mr. Brewer, there are some cases, I don't know if state made offers where it's not a time served offer, it might be more based on the history.
Yes, Your
I'm
Honor.
just letting you know that. Are you Mr. Brewer?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Brewer, you're here for a charge of open container. If you would like to resolve your case, it's a time served plea. Would you like to accept that plea?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead and sign the plea form. The Public Defender's Office will turn it over to you.
Yes. Give me it, yeah.
Sir, how do you plead to the charge of open container of alcohol? Guilty, no contest, or not
contest.
guilty? Okay, you said no contest. I see that I have a plea form in front of me. And I saw you sign it. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that if you're not a United States citizen, you will be subject to deportation by entering a plea today?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you're, were on probation at the time you committed this crime, by pleading today, your terms of probation would be violated?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a criminal history of doing anything sexually violent or anything sexually motivated, do you understand that under the laws of the state, you would be civilly committed by entering a plea today?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll accept your plea, sir. You're adjudicated guilty, sentenced to time served. You'll be released on these charges today. I'll give you 30 days to set up a payment plan. That will conclude your case. Do you have any questions?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your question?
Oh, I don't have one.
Okay, you'll be released today. Thank you.
Right.
Are you- Does he need a Spanish interpreter? Let me get interpreter online. 4 days. That was 4 days for the record on Brewer.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is Laura Bretaña, Spanish interpreter, previously sworn.
Please sound check Mr. Darwin Almedina Reyes.
Sí, sí.
There is contact, Your Honor.
Or please tell me what your name is.
Darwin Alexander Almendares.
Darwin Alexander Almendares.
2022 MM 5913. Sir, you were arrested for a charge of criminal mischief. I'll appoint a lawyer from the Public Defender's Office to assist you with this case. I do find probable cause. Since you have no criminal history, I'm going to modify your bond to $250. You're to have no contact with this neighbor. You're to have no return. I believe you live nearby. You cannot go to her door, and you are not to talk to her. Anything else, state or defense?
Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Make sure you stay in touch with your attorney and appear for all future court dates. It will be on your paperwork. Sir, what is your name?
Longino Samuel Cruz Pérez. Longinos Samuel Cruz Pérez.
Longino Samuel Cruz Perez.
Correct.
Madam Interpreter, the case numbers are 22 CT 1168, 1169, and 1170 AE. Sir, do you need a lawyer to help you with your criminal charges?
No.
No.
All right, sir, you were arrested for no valid driver's license, attached tag not assigned, and driving under the influence of alcohol. I'm going to stay all of these bonds. Your total bond is $700. I'm also ordering that you not possess, use, or consume any drugs or alcohol. Sir, your paperwork will have a court date. You must appear at that next court date. Can you afford your bond of $700 total?
Sí.
Yes.
So that concludes your case for today. Jose Hernandez. Mr. Hernandez, you missed your court date for charges of driving under the influence and no valid license. Do you want a lawyer to help you with these criminal charges?
No.
No.
You have to post a bond of $2,000 each, so that's $4,000 total. Can you afford that bond?
No.
No.
Sir, based on English not being familiar to you and our court system being conducted in English, I'm going to appoint a public defender for these purposes. Your bond will be stayed at $4,000 total. Thank you.
Your Honor, can we also advise the defendant he has an immigration hold?
Sir, there is also a hold because of your immigration status. Thank you. Ubaldo Miranda Ball. Just go.
Your Honor, on this defendant, he already bonded on his current charges. We're just here to address his immigration hold.
Is he on probation too? Sir, I know you posted the bond for your criminal cases, 22 CT 1156 and 57. But it's come to the jail's attention that you may have immigration consequences. So there is a hold on you because of that. You have a public defender on your criminal charges. They'll continue to help you with your cases. Thank you, sir. Thank you, corrections. Is your name Carlos Guerrera?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, give me just a moment. Do you need an interpreter?
If I need what?
Do you want an interpreter for Espanol?
I think I don't need it.
Corrections, I'm worried. Let's use an interpreter. If he doesn't need it, he'll let me know, because I'm not sure if it's a hearing issue or let's. State, is this a time served offer?
Yes, Your Honor.
We're going to sound check him. Thank you, interpreter. He's in a wheelchair, so it's just taking time to roll him. Do you feel comfortable speaking in Spanish?
It's better in Spanish.
2022 MM 5908AO. Sir, you were arrested for trespass on property at the Mega Meat Market. If you would like to resolve your case today, the offer is a time-served offer plus a conviction.
Your Honor, could someone please move the microphone so I can hear him?
You don't hear, you should be able, is that for me or for him?
For him, Your Honor.
Okay, you should be able to hear not from the microphone, but from the headset. Can you hear from the headset?
Sí, señor.
I can hear him now, Your Honor. It's we can hear better from the microphone that's on the podium.
I understand. No, thank you. I wasn't sure if it was the interpreter's request or his. If you would like to resolve your case today, you would be convicted, released today to a time-served sentence, and no return to mega meat. Would you like to do that?
Sí, señor.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you need a lawyer to help you with your case?
Okay.
No.
How do you plead to the charge of trespass on property after warning? Guilty, no contest, or not guilty?
No me do. I'm guilty.
Guilty.
Please speak in Spanish. Do you understand if you're not a United States citizen, you will be subject to deportation by entering a plea today?
Sí.
Yes.
If you were on probation at the time you committed this crime, do you understand your terms of probation would be violated?
Sí.
Yes.
Have a signed plea form. I'm adjudicating you guilty, sentencing you to time served. Pay your court costs within 1 year, and no return to the Southwest Mega Meat Mart. Your case is over. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay, gracias.
Thank you.
That concludes our Spanish-speaking cases. Thank you, Madam Interpreter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am. All right. I'll appoint a public defender in his new case, 2022 MM 505 for exposure of sexual organs. I do find probable cause. I'll stay the bond, no return to Nasa Barbecue. And in case 2022 MM 3079AO, I'm going to revoke his release.
Your Honor, he's been deemed incompetent.
Has he been deemed
Or
incompetent?
he has,
Or he has not been found incompetent? No. There's pending motions. And the motion for conditional release says no new law violations, correct? I don't see anything finding him incompetent.
okay, then I mixed it up.
Just that your office thinks he's incompetent, so they're doing evals, but he has not been declared incompetent.
Thank you.
Yes. Victor Gonzalez Torres, come on up. I'm well, thank you. Case number 2022 CF 10085. Sir, you're going to get a bond. You're here for a charge of fleeing and attempting to elude a police officer. You're also here for a charge of driving with license suspended. Sir, would you like a public defender to help you with your criminal charges?
Yes.
I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender. Just keep in mind that all of your statements are being recorded and can be used
Okay.
against you.
I do have a question, ma'am.
You appointed us.
I did appoint you.
Your Honor, can I confirm that case number again, please?
Sure, it is 22 CF 10063AO.
Thank you.
Defense, do you want to be heard on bond amount?
Your Honor, I would, I would just ask for a reasonable bond considering the fact that.
What is reasonable, counsel?
5,000.
What says the state?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, I'll go ahead and set bond in the amount of $5,000 on count one. I'll treat count two as subsidiary at 100. I'm sorry, let me check something. I'll set bond count two bond in the amount of $100. Your total bond is $5,100. I am advising you that your driver's license is suspended. Do not drive or commit any new law violations. Thank you. After that, I have Christopher Hostetler.
Your Honor, he's present.
Are you Mr. Christopher Hostetler?
Christopher Michael Hoster, yes, ma'am.
Sir, you're here for a charge of trespass on property. The address was 1104 Mill Street. I find probable cause for this charge. Do you need the offer is a 3-day offer with credit for 2 days. Do you need a lawyer to help you with your case?
Certainly, I would like to get out tonight. I water plants for Judge Bean Restaurant. I also have another job for Uncle Lou's Bar, Jamaican bar back there.
You could be released tomorrow, you could be released today.
6 months. I have food money for, I don't ask her nothing.
Do you need a public defender, yes or no?
Yes, I like public defender. I'll take 3-day offer.
Your Honor, he actually has been deemed incompetent to proceed.
He has, in what case?
2021 MM 9166 AO.
Has he been 9-1, because, hold
The
on,
one that I just saw, it was, I want to say Judge.
I have some Bakers, but Baker doesn't mean he's incompetent. Give me a case number again.
Just make sure that's the right case number. I have 2021 MM 9166. I think that's what it is.
9166 AO.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, I cannot take a plea today, so on this case, I'll go ahead and,
I'm so confident. I just came out, State Hospital, SeaWorld. The best psychologist came from there. Because my godmother owns the gas station, the military recruiter.
Your Honor, any,
any objection to
So she's
ROR in
gonna
both?
that's what I was going to
I know it's voting season. I
No
understand.
objection, Your Honor.
I'll release him
I am
ROR in
confident.
both cases.
Thank you.
Top psychologist.
I'm sorry,
You don't
release
believe
him
me?
ROR in this
they're
case.
Take that back.
Take no action on 21MM 9166.
Thank you very much.
Carrington,
You let me today?
Yes.
Thank you so much. They serve German.
thank you, sir. Have a good day. Carrington Kalibi,
Yes, ma'am. How you doing?
hi, how are you?
I'm doing fine.
Sir, do you need a public defender for your new charges?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll go ahead and appoint one in case 22MM 5894AO. I find probable cause for exposure of sexual organs. In that case, I'm going to stay your bond at $500, order no return to the scene of the crime. However, in case 21MM 146, AW 2021MM 31AW, and 2020MM 8129AO, I'm going to revoke your release, forfeit your bond, and you'll be held at no bond on all of those offenses. Please contact your attorney on those matters. Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, Cruz is mental health. And I will waive, Your Honor.
All right, in case number 2020MM 5905AO, I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender. No return to marshal, stay the bond at $500. DeMarcus English, case number 2022MM 5889AO. Mr. English, you're here for a charge of trespass on property after warning. The offer is an adjudication, abide by all trespass orders, and no return. It's a 4-day offer. You have credit for 2 days. Do you need a lawyer to help you with your case?
Amen.
How do you plead to the charge of trespass on property after warning? Guilty, no contest, or not guilty?
No contest.
And do you understand what no contest means?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anybody force you to say no contest?
Ma'am.
Do you understand that if you were on probation when you committed this crime on the 29th, by entering a plea today, your probation would be violated?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you're not a United States citizen, you will be subject to deportation by entering a plea?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you have a criminal history of doing anything sexually violent or anything sexually motivated under the laws of the state, you would be civilly committed. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. English, have you taken any drugs, alcohol, medicine, or do you have any health conditions that's affecting your ability to understand what I'm saying to you? Did you read that paper, the plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead and sign it if you agree. All right, I'll go ahead and find that you waived your right to an attorney, that you entered a plea. I will adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 4 days with credit for 2. You are not to return to the scene of the crime. You are to have no contact with anybody who works there. Thank you. Jarrett Harris is next. Yes. I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender because,
There isn't, I don't know.
what? I find probable cause for the charge of trespass.
Oh.
Abide by all trespass orders and stay the bond.
Your Honor, they said he could come tomorrow. He's just, he can't? Oh, okay, never mind.
Thank you. Craig Ugly. Yes. Mr. Ugly, you're here for a charge of petty theft in case number 22 MM5912AO. Do you need a public defender to help you with your charges? I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender to help you with this case. I'm ordering no return and I'm going to stay the bond or keep it as is. You're also out on bond on case 2021 MM285AA. Just let me correct myself. You are on probation for a charge of petty theft. You entered into that term of probation on or about July 11th. I'm going to treat this as an on view. I will give you a bond of $2,500 in that case. Javette Lapointe is next. State. Defendant is on state's pretrial diversion program in 2021 CF 14687. It's with a status hearing in front of Judge Wilson on the 18th of October. How do you want me to proceed on her out on release?
Your Honor, if you will take no action at this time, I believe that she may have finished or be close to finishing the program. So if you take no action at this
Doesn't the
time.
contract state that 175 days from the date of completing that they're still not supposed to commit any offenses?
Yes, you are correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so still take no action though, right?
Yes, please.
In case 2022 MM5895, Ms. Lapointe, you were arrested for a charge of trespass from Printing USA. I do find probable cause. If you would like to resolve that case today, it'll be a 3-day jail sentence with credit for 2 days' time served. Would you like to accept that, ma'am?
Yes.
Do you need an attorney to help you with the case?
No.
How do you plead to the charge of trespass? Guilty, no contest, or not guilty?
No contest.
And are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or medication that's affecting your ability to understand what's going on right now?
No.
Can you read the plea form and understand it? If you agree to the terms, please sign it. There's no contest, right?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you're not a United States citizen, you will be subject to deportation by entering a plea today? Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you're not a United States citizen, you will be subject to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll accept your plea of no contest. You're adjudicated guilty, sentenced to 3 days in the county jail with credit for 2. No return to the scene of the crime. Pay your court costs within 1 year. And I'll take no action in 2021 CF 14687AO.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Your name, please.
Dion Richardson.
Mr. Richardson, you were arrested for a crime of criminal mischief in case 22 MM5911. Do you need a public defender to help you with your charges?
Yes, man. I want to resolve this because I hit my own car.
Okay.
This is
Well,
my
thank you so
car.
much for that information, Mr. Richardson. At this time,
Can I please resolve this case?
I'm going to go ahead and deny that request at this time. I'll stay the bond at $500. Thank you. Eric Baldy is next.
Present, Your Honor.
State any objection to a withhold time served offer in these two cases that are 9 years old.
Your Honor, I was going to, no bill.
All right, the state is announcing a no bill. We'll go ahead and release you on these charges. The case is over, so delete any bond amounts, release ROR, and abundance of caution. No further court dates. Thank you. After that is Toby Rule. Are you Mr. Rule?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Rule, you're here for a charge of disorderly conduct. If you would like to resolve this case today, it's an adjudication and a time-served offer. Pay your court costs within 1 year. Mr. Rule, do you need a public defender to help you with your case?
No,
How do you plead to the charge of disorderly conduct? Guilty, no contest, or not guilty?
no contest.
And has anybody forced you to say no contest?
No, ma'am.
And did you read the plea form and sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
If you were on probation when you committed this offense, do you understand your terms of probation would be violated?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you're not a United States citizen, you will be subject to deportation by entering a plea today?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you have a criminal history of doing anything sexually violent or anything sexually motivated under the laws of the state, Mr. Rule, you would be civilly committed. Do you understand that as well?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll go ahead and accept your plea of no contest, find that you're alert, intelligent, you understand the nature of the charges against you. You're being adjudicated guilty, sentenced to time served with 1 year to pay your court costs. Mr. Rule, do you have any questions for me?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Jesse Adam. Corrections, can you talk me through there's a hold on him, right?
It's a conditional release hold. He's on active on parole, but they already served the parole warrant,
Okay, so
so you don't have to address the fact.
all right, thank you. Case number 2022 CT1144AW, you're Jesse Adams, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Adams, do you need a public defender to help you with your charge of driving with license suspended with knowledge? I'll go ahead and appoint them. I'm going to stay his bond at $250. The offer from the bench is a withhold with 2 days credit for time served, but it probably would violate his parole. So would you like me to enter a plea of not guilty?
No, I'll go ahead and plea out today.
You want to speak with your public defender about that? The offense date was 7/22. It looks like he went on parole on 4/23/22.
Your Honor, he wants to resolve, despite the fact that it may violate.
No, they have to prove the violation against you. You have the advice of counsel. I'll give you a moment to speak with her.
Yes.
Counsel, Mr. Adams, how should I proceed?
Stay the bond, Your Honor.
All right, stay the bond at $250. Thank you. John Blank. Mr. Blank, you're here in case number 2021 CT3958AO. You're here for a charge of no valid driver's license. It looks like you missed your court date. You do have a bond of $1,000. If you would like to resolve this case today, the offer is a withhold and credit time served. You'd have to pay court costs within 90 days. Would you like to accept that? Do you need a lawyer to help you with your case?
No.
How do you plead to the charge of no valid driver's license? Guilty, no contest, or not guilty? Thank you.
No contest.
Has anybody forced you to say no contest? Has anybody forced you to say no contest?
No.
And did you read this paper and understand it? The plea form that you signed?
Yeah.
Did you read it?
Yes.
Did you understand it?
A little bit.
Do you need time? I can have the attorney, as a friend of the court, read it to you. Do you need her to read it to you again?
Okay, I'll read it again.
All right, thank you. I'll keep going through. Recall. Step aside, Mr. Blank. Eric Peyton Cole.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Cole, you're here in case number 2022 CT 933A. You're here for a charge of driving with license suspended with knowledge. You do have a bond of $500. In the alternative, if you want to resolve the case, the offer is a conviction and credit time served plus court costs. Mr. Cole, do you need a lawyer to help you with your charges?
No, ma'am.
How do you plead to the charge? Do you want to resolve your case or bond out?
Resolve.
How do you plead to the charge of driving with license suspended with knowledge?
No contest.
Has anybody forced you to say no contest? Do you understand what no contest means?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand if you were on probation at the time you committed this crime, by playing today, your terms of probation would be violated?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand you will be subject to deportation if you're not a United States citizen and by entering this plea?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a criminal history of doing anything sexually violent or anything sexually motivated, under the laws of the state, you would be civilly committed by playing today. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Cole, one thing that is not on this paper is in just a moment, I will convict you. If you commit a future act of driving with license suspended, you can be charged with a felony, you could be designated a habitual traffic offender, and you could face a 10-day minimum jail sentence if you drive with a suspended license again. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you need any more time to speak with a lawyer?
No, ma'am.
All right, I'll go ahead and find that you're alert, intelligent, you understand the nature of these charges. I'm adjudicating you guilty, sentencing you to time served, 2 days?
Yes, Judge.
Of 2 days. We'll get some fingerprints and pay your court cost within 90 days. Court costs are $307. Is that enough time?
How many days?
90?
90 days. Yes,
I can give you more time if you need it.
A year would be great.
All right, I'll give you 1 year to pay it, but I suggest you get on a payment plan for all of your court cases before that. Thank you, Mr. Cole. You have 30 days to appeal. Do you need a few moments with Mr. Blank?
No, Your Honor, he understands.
Mr. Blank, the attorney, as a friend of the court, read the plea form to you. Do you understand it?
Yes.
Do you have any problems reading, writing, or understanding the English language?
No.
And you entered a plea of no contest, is that correct? You'll need to answer out loud.
Yes.
And you signed the paper, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, I'll go ahead and accept your plea of no contest. I'll withhold adjudication, sentence you to time served, 2 days?
7 days.
Of 7 days. Pay your court cost within 1 year. Your case is over, but you still need to make payment on that. Mr. Blank, do you have any questions?
I abstain.
Do you have any questions? All right, thank you. Stephen Mark Spear. Mr. Spear, this case was in error in case 2005 CT 3588. I'm going to release you and recall, and the warrant has been executed, so I'm going to strike that. Thank you.
You're also going to strike the home confinement hold.
I'm going to strike the home confinement. I'm going to find that this case is closed. Did he pay every?
Okay, yeah.
All right, thank you.
So I'm writing strike home confinement.
Delete home confinement.
Yeah, because I was confused.
Habeas was issued in error.
Okay.
Habeas/warrant in error. Court makes finding defendant entered a plea on June 2nd of 2006.
Your Honor, you have Anthony?
Yes.
Outside medical.
Your Honor, can we reset from, for 24 hours from release to the hospital? Or outside medical, excuse me, sorry. He has the out on bond, and as far as the warrant's concerned, I don't even see the warrants or the facts to know when this occurred, so.
But the warrant does state where it is alleged that on or between August 29th of 2022 and so it was on or between that date.
Oh,
So he was already on terms of release. He does have a bond in that of $2,500, but yes, I understand that he has Ms. Sweet representing him on the ag assault.
that was my concern, I just didn't know when it occurred.
State any objection to a reset? I think it's pretty clear, but there is no affidavit to support that. Sometimes there's scrivener errors.
I have no objection to a reset, Your Honor.
Reset to tomorrow.
Tomorrow, within 24 hours.
Usually we do it 24 hours from his release so that he could be present, being that you may revoke his out on bond.
Okay, so set it for Thursday.
Mhm.
Reset to Thursday. Somebody may want to let Ms. Sweet know what's going on.
Yes.
Latine Bell,
Yes, ma'am.
he's on conditional release with a hold.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You're here in case number 2022 CF 100618. You're here for a charge of attempted felony murder. Do you need a public defender?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender. Probable cause has been found. State, do you want to be heard on bond?
Yes, Your Honor. Attempted murder, felony murder is punishable by life. I ask defendant be held no bond.
What says defense?
We reserve our right to have a argument.
All right, I'll go ahead and continue to hold you at no bond. You're to have no contact with the victim, any witnesses, or their families. Additionally, you're not to possess any weapons. Thank you, Mr. Bell. Matthew Byers.
Present, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Byers, do you need a public defender to help you with your charges?
Yes.
I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender to assist you with this case. State, what's your position on 2022 CF? And I do find probable cause for the new offenses of possession of cocaine and possession of a concealed weapon, to wit, a machete. State, what's your position on a case where he was ROR'd just a week ago in case 22 CF 8313 for ag assault?
Understanding that formal charges have not been filed and he was arrested July 16th, Your Honor, there was a weapon involved in the previous offense, which was mace. Based on that, however, I would still ask for him to be revoked, held no bond.
What says defense?
Your Honor, if you are inclined to revoke, I would ask that you revoke it double, being that no formal charges have been filed.
Based on the ongoing pattern and the new felony charges, I'm revoking your release in 2022 CF 8313AO. I'm going to hold you at no bond with the condition that you not have any weapons and no contact with any victims or witnesses. You are entitled to a bond in 2022 CF 10045AO. I'll go ahead and stay those bonds with the condition that you not have any weapons. Thank you, Mr. Byers.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Alice is medical.
I will waive, Your Honor.
All right. He's out on PTD in 2022 CF 1038, which says no new law violations. State, how do you want me to handle the out on release?
Your Honor, again, you can take no action. They will handle it.
I'll take no action.
Thank you.
In case 22 CF 10077AO, I find probable cause for burglary, petty theft, resisting, Pat Leo, and resisting officer without violence. I'm going to do some bond modifications. I'll stay the bond on count 1, on count 2, $100, on count 3, $150, on count 4, $150, and count 5, $100. Defendant is to have no return to the scene of the crime, the Family Dollar store, and not to possess any weapons. Abide by all trespass orders. Conyers?
Ma'am.
State, this is kind of like a squatting situation. In case 22 CF 10057AO, do you need a public defender to help you with your charges?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll appoint the public defender. I do find probable cause for burglary of a dwelling. State, any objection to me reducing the bond to $3,000?
No objection, Your Honor.
Set bond at $3,000, no return to the scene of the crime. Thank you. After that is Angel Delveramos. Sir, what's your name?
Angel Santiago del Valle Ramos.
Sorry, I mispronounced that. Case number 2022 CF 10073AO. Sir, do you need a public defender to help you with your criminal charges? Is that a yes?
Yes.
I'll appoint the public defender I find probable cause for cocaine and tampering with evidence. On count 2, the tampering, I'll modify the bond to 150. Count 1, I'll stay the bond. Your new bond totals $1,150. Thank you, sir. Zena Glass. Are you Ms. Glass?
Yes.
2022 CF 10055AO. Do you need a public defender to help you with your case?
No.
All right, there is no plea offer at this time. I find probable cause for burglary of a dwelling. State any objection to me modifying this bond to $3,000.
No objection.
I'm going to reduce your bond to $3,000. Can you afford that bond?
Yes.
You can? All right, are you sure you don't need a lawyer? All right, thank you, Ms. Glass. Darius Goodman is next. No attorney. Are you Mr. Goodman? Mr. Goodman, you're here for a charge of grand theft motor vehicle in case 22 CF 10070AO. Do you need a public defender to help you with your case? I'll appoint the services of the public defender. I'll stay the bond at $2,500, and that means I found probable cause. Thank you. Are you Mr. Hodge? What's your name?
Quan Hodge.
Mr. Hodge, I don't know if you qualify for a public defender. Do you work?
Yes, ma'am.
And how often are you paid, sir?
Every week.
What is your take-home pay after taxes and withholdings?
I just started.
Okay, so what is your have you got a paycheck yet?
Yeah.
And how much was,
a week.
you make $800 a week? That's after taxes and stuff?
Tax. I don't know how much taxes my taxes are.
Okay, how many people do you support or take care of?
Only one.
Okay. You make too much money to qualify for a public defender. All right. You have an open case. 2022 CF 5707AO. You're out on bond for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon and discharge of a firearm in public. And then you have new charges for 2 counts of possession of a weapon by a convicted felon. I've reviewed the affidavit that was alleged to have occurred on or about August 10th, after you were released from jail in the other case. So, sir, in your old case, I'm revoking your release and holding you at no bond. In case 2022 CF 9370, on count 1, I'll stay the bond. On count 2, I'll modify to 150. And just a reminder, because you're a convicted felon and it is a court order, you're not to possess any weapons or any ammunition. Thank you. Sir, what's your name? Oh, he didn't. Oh, sorry. Was he not? What's your name? What is it? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Timothy Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, do you need a public defender to help you with your case?
Yes, ma'am.
You're here for new charges in case 22 CF 10054 for 2 counts of sexual battery in a person under the age of 12, but over the age of 18. Probable cause has been found. State, are you asking that he be held at no bond on those charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
And anything else, defense?
No, Your Honor.
I'll go ahead and hold you at no bond. Sir, I am going to repeat the prior court orders. You're to have no contact with the victim or the victim's family. That includes telephone or third-party communication while you're incarcerated. You're not to possess any weapons. You're to have no contact with anybody under the age of 18. I'm also going to revoke your release in case 2021 CF 13453AO. As I said, I went through the paperwork. You were court ordered to have no contact with anybody under the age of 18 on November 16th, so you'll be held at no bond on that case now. With the same conditions, no contact with the victim, no contact with, let me have a moment with him. No contact with the victim, no contact with anybody under the age of 18, and you're not to have any weapons. Anthony LaGrange is next.
He's present, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Mr. LaGrange, you're here in case 22 CF 10079 for charges of aggravated battery. Sir, I'm going to appoint a public defender to help you with this case. I find probable cause. We'll stay the bond at $3,500. You're to have no contact with the victim or any witnesses, and you're not to possess any weapons. Thank you, Mr. LaGrange. Jonathan Shivers. Corrections, I'm only addressing the FTAs, right? As add-ons?
Correct.
Sir, you're here in case 22 CF 1894BO. You missed your court date for burglary, grand theft motor vehicle, and criminal mischief charges. You're being held at no bond, and that was a court date on August 26th that you missed. Do you have a public defender or a lawyer already?
I don't know yet.
Okay, I'll appoint the public defender if that's okay with you. All right, thank you, sir. Megan yes.
Your Honor, Sturgio's is mental health.
And Your Honor, this is actually one I did have a PC challenge on. I would argue no PC as to the burglary of an occupied dwelling. Based on the four corners of the affidavit, it appears that nothing was broken or stolen or taken. The defendant was basically on the back porch.
So still the curtilage, but are you arguing that the crime therein?
The crime therein, correct, Your Honor, is only a trespass, which it has to be something other than a trespass.
What says the state?
I have no objection, Your Honor. I didn't see a crime therein.
Do you want me to just find PC for trespass or give her 24 hours to perfect?
No, Your Honor, just fine for the trespass, please.
All right, let me find the statute number.
That is 810.09.
So I find probable cause to the lesser included offense of trespass under Florida statute 810.19. I'll still appoint the PD because of mental health.
Thank
I'm
you.
going to order no return to the scene of the crime, abide by all trespass orders, and set bond in the amount of $1,000.
And Your Honor, could we do 1,000 or mental health pretrial release? Because she does have mental health issues.
Sure.
Thank you.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, Willie Young is next. 2022 CF 2901. Mr. Young, do you already have a public defender for your weapons charge and resisting charges?
Yeah, I do.
PD's office, do you know if he does?
Yes. Yes, he does. He does.
All right, the public defender's office will continue to help you with your case. My paperwork shows you missed your court date back on June 14th. It was a pretrial conference, so you're being held at no bond. Your public defender can explain what that means. Thank you. Okay. Anything else from Madam Trial Clerk? Anything else from the state or the defense?
Nothing from the state?
Nothing from defense, Your Honor.
Corrections, we're all good?
Good morning. Just let them know, please.
Okay. That's first or second?
Are you with me today?
Yes.
How are you? Good. How are you? Oh, we have victims.
Thank
Thank you.
Where is she? Where is she?
I went to England.
Oh, don't rub it in.
Yeah, 2 weeks.
I used to live there,
Oh, really? Where?
I lived in Liverpool
Oh.
for 3 years.
We
I
have
was living in the
the
British
victims
Virgin
downstairs.
Islands when
Oh, all
I
right.
moved there.
Oh,
But then I had to come back.
understood.
Too much rain.
I was gonna say Liverpool can be difficult.
Yes.
I'm gonna give you these because we just got more.
He's on a medical
Good morning, how are you?
Start with the Spanish? We're going to be starting with Spanish interpreter cases, but let me get appearance.
Brenda Eugene, on behalf of the State Attorney's Office.
On behalf of the Office of the Public Defender.
Okay, let me go ahead and have the interpreter identify him or herself.
Yes, this is Laura Bretaña, certified Spanish interpreter.
All right, thank you. And State, do you have any victims present?
You're downstairs.
They're downstairs, Your Honor.
Okay, well, do you know if you have one on Felix Perez Silvestri?
I don't know that, Your Honor.
So we're going to do Mario De La Rosa first while we have the victims come up. Okay, they're bringing him in. Sorry, where did you put them?
They're in the bin right next to the clerk's office.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Madam Interpreter. Madam Interpreter, I'm going to call you back. I don't know what the delay is. So,
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
State, do you want to call down for the victims, or do you know what's going on?
No, Your Honor, this is a function of the jail as to when they bring up the victims.
It's also a function of giving them notice.
I'm sorry?
We also have to give them notice. So, can somebody call downstairs and let them know to bring them up?
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Ricardo Morales, Spanish interpreter. I have been previously sworn.
Good morning. This is Judge Bigby. I'm in BRC 1. Can you do a sound check on the headset?
Certainly, Your Honor. Your Honor, the interpreter can confirm there's connection.
Sir, please tell me your name.
Mario de los Reyes Sánchez. Y separado. D-E espacio L-O-S espacio Reyes. Sí, señor.
Mario de los Reyes Sanchez.
Osceola case 21CT3223. Sir, you're here on a warrant for an Osceola County case. You missed your court date. You do have a bond. It's $2,000. Are you going to be able to post that bond?
Of how much?
You have to post a $2,000 bond and then go to your next court date. Can you afford that bond?
No, pues no tengo. Yo pensé que eran 200.
No, I don't have any money. I thought it was 200.
If you use a bondsman, it would be 200.
Pero ¿cómo lo haría yo eso?
But how would I do that?
Do you need an attorney to help you with your case? They can explain that to you.
Yes.
I'll appoint a public defender for while you're in Orange County Jail. I'll reduce your bond to $1,000.
Your Honor,
Yes?
as it's an FDA, how are you reducing the bond?
Because I'm doing his first appearance and I'm cross-sworn to do the Osceola County Court cases.
But
I'm
it's
going to
an-
reduce your bond to $1,000 based on your testimony that you're going to have difficulty. The Public Defender's Office in this county will assist you while you're in jail. Thank you, Mr. De La Reyes.
The state objects to reducing the
noted.
bond.
Okay.
Thank you. Angel Sanchez. What's your name, sir? Oh.
Gumaro Ángel Martínez Sánchez.
2004 CT 14020AO. Sir, you were placed on probation back in 2005. You failed to report to probation for 3 months, and you didn't pay your costs of supervision. It's also alleged that you absconded. You're now being held at no bond. I'll go ahead and appoint a public defender to help you, Mr. Sanchez. Set in Division 81, BOP date. I'm going to point the PBD to the language.
¿Cómo dijo?
Division 81, VOP status, October 17th at 9 o'clock.
Sir, what was your question?
Mi pregunta es, no cumplí con el pago del DUI que tenía. A mí me llevó migración y yo le dije que tenía ese problema. Me quedaban 2 meses para cumplir 6 meses de estar pagando todo y ya.
Slow down. What did you translate, please?
Was that I did not make the payments of the DUI case I had? Immigration took me in, and I had explained to them that I was. It would take 2 more months to meet the 6-month mark of paying everything I owed.
Sir, but you still had a responsibility to report to probation and let them know. They're alleging that you did not. I can't change the bond on that case, but you do have a lawyer who can assist you.
October 17th,
Tengo que buscar
9 o'clock.
un abogado entonces.
Do I have to get a lawyer then?
I appointed a public defender to help you since you're being held at no bond and because English is not a familiar language.
¿Está bien?
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Felix Perez Silvestri. Please come forward. I'm going to ask that you speak Spanish. Would you like a Spanish language interpreter?
Sí.
Or is,
Yes.
Is Angela Then present or Christopher Perez Calciano? Angela Then. Nope. 2022 MM 5916AO. Sir, you were arrested for a charge of battery domestic violence. Do you need a lawyer to help you with your case?
Sí.
Yes.
I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender to assist you. Sir, based on the facts of this case and your history, I'm setting your bond at $1,000. You're to have no contact with the victim. You're not allowed to have any weapons. Weapons need to be surrendered within 4 hours of your release. I'm also ordering that you live separately. Ms. Then can stay in the Buena Vista address. You cannot go back there. However, I will give you a one-time return as long as you're accompanied by a police officer. Do you have any questions, Mr. Perez?
Sí.
What's your question?
Yes.
¿Qué voy a hacer yo en ese caso? Porque la casa es mía, de ella, y yo no tengo para otro sitio para irme.
What would I do then? Because the house is mine and she's living there and I don't have anywhere else to go.
Well, you'll need to find somewhere else to live. If you can't make those arrangements, you may need to consider staying here. She can stay there. It is a court order. You cannot go back there except for the one time with the police officer. Even if it's your house, I'm going to let her stay there. Thank you, sir. Ready? We're going to pass on the Creole. That's everything for Spanish interpreter. I'll go ahead and disconnect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great day.
Thank you. Yep. Diamond Brunson. What's your name? 2022 MO982. You were arrested for open container of alcohol. I did find probable cause yesterday. Your bond is $100. If you would like to resolve your case today, it's a conviction plus a time served offer. You would be released today. Would you like to accept that offer? Do you want a public defender to help you with your case?
No, ma'am.
How do you plead to the charge of open container? Guilty, no contest, or not guilty?
I'm guilty, ma'am.
Has anybody forced you to say guilty? Do you understand what it means?
Yes.
Have you taken any drugs, alcohol, or medicine, or do you have any health conditions that's affecting your ability to understand our conversation? If you were on probation, do you understand your terms of probation would be violated?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you are not a United States citizen, you will be subject to deportation by entering a plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you read a plea form and understand it?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and sign it if you agree. I'll discharge the services of the public defender. Any objection to that since it was a rollover?
No, Your Honor.
And he didn't request one. Okay, thank you. For the record, he signed it in open court. Do you understand that if you have a criminal history of doing anything sexually violent or anything sexually motivated under the laws of the state, you would be civilly committed by entering a plea today? All right, I'll go ahead and accept your plea. You're being adjudicated guilty, sentenced to time served, released on these charges today. Mr. Brunson, I'll give you 60 days to pay your court costs. Do you have any questions? All right, thank you. That concludes your case. Jeremiah Birch is next.
Your Honor, he's a refusal.
All right, state, this was a PC issue. Any probable cause?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'll go ahead, but I do find probable cause for a simple possession of cocaine. State, it's a lesser included offense. State, do you have that statute number?
Not at hand, Your Honor. I apologize.
I'll give you a moment to find it. Refusal.
And,
PD's office will stay on the case.
And I will waive, Your Honor.
Just to keep a clean record on the disorderly conduct, we modified that bond, revoked, and it was set at 100. That was yesterday. I'm just waiting on the lesser.
Your Honor, it's the same 893.13. I believe it's subsection 3B. Nope, not B. I'm looking for the correct subsection, Your Honor. I do apologize. But it is 893.13. Six. Thank you. 6A, Your Honor. That is the subsection, 893.13, sub 6, sub A,
-6.
dash 6.
Right, I'll find probable cause for lesser included offense. Modify the bond to $1,000.
Your Honor, Ms. Ferguson is mental health.
That will waive, Your Honor.
All right, I'll go ahead and, I addressed the out on bond yesterday. On the disorderly conduct, I'll modify that bond to $100.
Actually, Your Honor, we rolled the out on bond as well
Okay,
because the PD stated that there was gonna be a plea on it as well.
there was a what?
A plea on the out on bond as well.
Okay, modify that bond to $100 as well. Mr. Santana, I cannot handle your case. I'm gonna have you roll your case to the end of the docket. I'll have another judge cover it, okay? I have a conflict on this case, okay? I can't handle your case, young man. All right, I'm gonna roll this case.
So, Your Honor, on Ferguson, just to clarify, you're leaving the bonds on her new law cases and you're revoking the out on bond and setting it at 100?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Santana, I have a conflict on. I'm gonna have to call Gibson or McGinnis to
But
do
I
that
thought
one.
it was Birch. So Birch, you're not doing anything with his out on bond?
On his out on bond modified to revoke in 100.
Okay, so now what's happening with Birch?
On Burt, she revoked that yesterday. On Ferguson,
I know, but I still have to put it on here. That's why I was,
Don't say anything.
okay, so Ferguson has an out on bond case too, because we don't have that.
He has he's out on bond.
it was 22
You have an
MO
out on bond. But you have
000-903 AO.
They can revoke and set you at 9. It's gonna be based on what the judge wants to do.
So Ferguson,
Staying the bond on disorderly, and then the out on bond.
She's gonna.
Okay,
another-
2022 MO 981 AO, modify that bond to 100. 2022 MM 5883, stay the bond. 2022 MO 903 AO, revoke, set new bond at 100. Does that help that I just called all of them?
Yes.
Sorry about that.
Mental health.
Santana, I have a conflict on. I need to go ahead and see if I can find another judge to cover that. Ernest Alfonso, are these mine?
yes.
Mr. Alfonso, you're here for a charge of aggravated battery and battery domestic violence. Mr. Alfonso, do you want a public defender to help you with your criminal charges? I'm sorry, what did you say?
Yes.
I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender. Is Ruth or Emmanuel present? No response. I do find that there's probable cause. Based on your history and the facts of this case, on count 1, I'm setting your bond at $3,000. On count 2, I'm setting your bond at $100. Your total bond is $3,100. Here are the conditions of your release. You're to have no contact with any of the victims or witnesses. You must maintain a separate residence. You cannot live at the Lupine address. I'll give you a one-time return as long as you're accompanied by a police officer, and you're not to have any weapons. If you do have any weapons, they do need to be surrendered to law enforcement within 4 hours of your release. You have a lawyer, Mr. Alfonso. Do you have any questions for me?
No.
Thank you. Tarike Clark is next.
He's present, Your Honor.
Mr. Clark, good afternoon. You're here for a charge of aggravated battery on a pregnant person. Do you need a public defender to help you with your case?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Yes, ma'am.
Is Roxana present? Roxana? No response. Sir, I do find probable cause for this offense based on your criminal history and your past failure to appear. As I'm setting your bond at $2,500.
Yes,
Here are
ma'am.
the conditions of your release. You're to have no contact with Roxanne. You must live at a separate residence. You're not to go where she lives, works, or is known to frequent, and you're not allowed to have any weapons.
Yes,
Any
ma'am.
weapons need to be surrendered within 4 hours of your release from jail. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Welcome. Have a good day.
Brunel Jean. Case 2022 CF 1007180. Sir, do you need a public defender to help you with your case?
No, ma'am.
You don't need a lawyer? Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
No, madam, I'm fine.
You want a lawyer, yes or no? I don't yes or no?
I need a defender.
Okay, I'll appoint the services of the public defender. You were arrested for a charge of aggravated assault with a firearm as well as battery. I do find that there's probable cause. Ma'am, please raise your right hand. I'll have you sworn in.
Yes. Romisha Moore.
I'm sorry, what is your name?
Romisha Renata Moore.
Okay, you can put your hand down. How do you know Mr. Jean?
Could you repeat the question?
How are you related to Mr. Jean?
His wife.
And do you live together?
No.
Are you in fear of him?
Yes.
And how old are the children that you share?
6 and 7.
Right. Do you want any kind of contact with him?
No.
Do you have any and you have concerns about your safety and the kids' safety as well?
I am concerned for my safety, not the children.
Okay. State defense, any questions?
No questions from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from defense, Your Honor.
Sir, based on the facts of this case and the testimony, you are entitled to bond, and I will set the bond as follows. On count 1, I'm going to set bond at $2,500. On count 2, I'm setting bond at $100 for a total of $2,600. Mr. Jean, you're to have no contact with the victim. No contact includes third-party contact, text messaging, writing letters. You cannot contact her even for purposes of the children. You cannot go to where she lives, works, or is known to frequent. Additionally, you're not allowed to have any weapons. All weapons and ammunition need to be surrendered to law enforcement within 4 hours of your release from jail. Ma'am, do you have any questions?
How do I get a restraining order? Can I do that
You can
today?
contact the victim's advocate or court services at the Orange County Courthouse.
Thank you.
Okay, and they have, the state attorney's office has a victim advocate department, okay?
Okay.
Sir, do you have any questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Do you want to talk to your attorney before you ask me any questions?
Yes, I want to talk to her.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. That concludes your case. Thank you, ma'am. Good luck to you. Thank you,
You're
sir.
welcome.
Your Honor, Mincy is a refusal.
All right, on Mincy, I'll appoint the services of the public defender. State defense, do you want to be heard on that?
Your Honor, attempted homicide is a punishable by life offense. I would ask for those offenses, defendant be held no bond.
What says defense?
Reserve the right to have an Arthur hearing, Your Honor.
All right, the case law is clear on that. On counts 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I'll go ahead and stay those bonds. Sorry, everybody, this is a lot of numbers. Let me just go ahead and go through them numerically. Count 1, remain at no bond. Count 2, is the victim present? No response. On count 2, set bond at $2,500. Counts 3 through 8, remain at no bond. Count 9, aggravated assault with a weapon, set that bond at $2,500. Count 10 through 14, set those bonds at $150 apiece. Count 15, set at $1,500. Count 16 $100. Count 17 through 48, $150 apiece. No contact with the victim, maintain separate residence. Not to possess any weapons, weapons to be surrendered within 4 hours of your release. No contact with any victim. State any other request.
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, defense?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, anything else?
No, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
All right, and there is a hold for Osceola County as well.
Yes.
Jocelyn Perea. Ms. Perea, you were arrested for a charge of misdemeanor domestic violence. Do you need a public defender to help you with your case?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll go ahead and appoint a public defender. Is Stephen Gomez present? No response. Ma'am, I do find probable cause for this offense. I'm going to set your bond at $1,000. You're also on probation in case 2021 CF 2250AO. One of the conditions of your probation is that you commit no new law offenses. I'll appoint a public defender for that case, and you'll be held at no bond. Let's go ahead and talk about the domestic a little bit more. I'm ordering no contact with the victim. You're not allowed to have any weapons. Weapons to be surrendered within 4 hours of your release once you do get a bond. And you must live separately from the victim. You cannot return to where the victim lives, but I will allow a one-time return to get some belongings. Do you have any questions?
So I don't have a bond for the VOP.
For the domestic violence, you have a bond of $1,000. For the violation of probation, correct, your bond is being stayed at no bond. Or I'm setting it at no bond, rather.
When will can I have a bond hearing or something?
Yes, your attorney can arrange for that.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor. For defendant Mincy, did he not have an on-view VOP as well?
I did not do it as an on-view.
It was an on-view already.
Let me go ahead. Do you have a case number to put on record?
20 CF 13872.
Thank you for bringing that up. Osceola case 2020 CF 1389, I'm sorry, 72, I can't read that number. It's written over something. On the violation of probation, officers did it as a no bond on view.
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll appoint the public defender in that matter too. Are you Major Smith?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Smith, you're here, I'm addressing one case today in case 2022 CF 1008. It's an Osceola County Court case. I'm sorry, strike that. 100. You're arrested for aggravated assault with a firearm, 2 counts, and criminal mischief. Do you want a public defender to help you with your case?
Yeah, I'll take one, Your Honor.
I'll appoint the public defender. Is Stephanie Cintron or Kiera Colon present? No response. All right, in these matters, or Yadira Rivera. State, do you want to be heard on bond?
Your Honor, based on his history and the facts of this case, I would not ask for at least a $10,000 bond.
I think, defense?
I just asked for a reasonable bond, Your Honor.
I'm going to set bond on count 1 in the amount of $10,000. Count 2, I'll set at $1,000, and count 3, I'll set at $1,000. I'm ordering you have no contact with any of these victims. You're also not allowed to possess any weapons or ammunition. Anything needs to be surrendered within 4 hours of your release from jail. Again, no contact includes third-party contact or electronic communications, amongst other things. Mr. Smith, that concludes your first appearance. Your total bond is $12,000 on these cases.
Thank you, Your Honor.
On this case, rather. Selena Baez. Good morning. Are you Ms. Baez? Ms. Baez, you were arrested for a charge of battery domestic violence. Do you need a public defender to help you with your case? I'll appoint the services of the public defender. Is Rachel Rivera present? No response. State any objection to PTR. She has no priors.
No objection, Your Honor.
Ma'am, where would you live if you weren't living with Ms. Rivera?
I'm sorry.
Where would you live if you were not living with Ms. Rivera?
In the streets, ma'am. I don't have nowhere to go.
Do you have any family or friends here?
All my family's in Jersey.
All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to put you on pre-trial release. You're to have no contact with Rachel Rivera. You're not allowed to have any weapons. If you have any, they need to be surrendered within 4 hours of your release. I'll let you have a one-time return. Ms. Rivera can stay in the household. You cannot. You must be accompanied by a police officer at that time. Any weapons to be surrendered to law enforcement at that time. Do you have any questions? All right, I'm putting you on straight pretrial release. Make sure you stay in touch with your attorney and appear for all future court dates. I'm going to override that in a point. Thank you. Your name, please?
My name is Miss Ronette Branham.
You're here in case 2022 MM5891AO. Do you need a public defender to help you with your case?
Yes.
How many people do you support?
When you say I support myself,
Do you support anybody else? Any children,
I
spouses?
have my grandchildren.
Do you pay for that? Do you contribute to their care?
I take them out. I take
How-
them to events.
And how many grandchildren?
I have 10 grandkids.
Okay, based on that, you qualify for the services of the public defender. Ma'am, I'll appoint their services. I find probable cause for the charge of battery domestic violence. You're to have no contact with Taylor Allen. You're not allowed to have any weapons. If you have any weapons here in Orlando, they need to be surrendered within 2 hours of your release.
Yes, ma'am.
If you have any weapons back in Georgia, you must turn those over to the law enforcement in Georgia within 4 hours of your return. Because of your lack of ties to the community, I'm going to set your bond at $750. Do you have any questions?
That's fine, but I'm disability. I had a stroke and a seizure Monday. I'm visiting here, Your Honorable. I was visiting my son and I had a stroke, and my daughter attacked me in the airport.
All right, well, based on your history, that's what I'm doing. Thank you for your testimony.
What's she saying?
Yes, $750. Dale Brown.
Your Honor, she's from Connecticut, not Georgia.
The paperwork is Decatur, Georgia.
Yeah, the address she gave us is Hamden, Connecticut.
Bring her back, because I did say Georgia. Ms. Branham, it was brought to my attention that you're living in Connecticut. You need to have a change of address form because right now we have you log in for a Georgia address. Well, you need to do the change of address form. Hold on. I told you to surrender any weapons when you return to Georgia. I was mistaken. Wherever you live, you're not allowed to have any weapons. Turn over your weapons and ammunition to local law enforcement. Show them my court order. Thank you. Dale Brown is next. Are you Mr. Brown?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Brown, it looks like you want a public defender. I'm not sure if you qualify. How often are you paid?
Every week,
And what is your take-home pay after taxes and withholdings?
what I listed, 2,000, I'm sorry, ma'am.
Okay, that's after taxes?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you support anybody?
Yes,
How many people do you support?
2.
Does he qualify now? 2,000 a week with 2 dependents.
Got jobs.
Sir, you make too much money to qualify for the services of the public defender, so you'll need to hire your own attorney, Mr. Brown. Is Jessica Strickland present? No response. Mr. Brown, I find probable cause for the charge of battery domestic violence. Based on your criminal history and the facts of this case and your past failures to appear, I'm setting your bond at $1,500. You're to have no contact with Miss Strickland. You must maintain a separate residence. She can stay in the household. You're not allowed to return with but I'll give you a one-time exception. You must be accompanied by law enforcement. And you're not allowed to have any weapons. Weapons to be surrendered within 4 hours of your release. Sir, I'm also showing that you have sexual offender reporting requirements. You must comply with all reporting requirements within 48 hours of your release. Do you have any questions, Mr. Brown?
Yes, ma'am. No, no, ma'am.
Anything else, state?
Yes, Your Honor. DCF was contacted as this happened in front of the 4-year-old.
I'll go ahead and order that you comply with DCF's investigation. Thank you. Matthew Hinton. Mr. Hinton, you were arrested for assault domestic violence. It looks like you need a public defender. I'm not sure if you qualify. How often are you paid?
Every other week?
Every other week? And you support 3 people?
Yes.
I'm sorry, 2 people. Does he qualify now? Every 2 weeks. Sir, you make too much money to qualify for the services of the public defender. If you would like an attorney, you need to hire one. If your financial circumstances change at the next court date, let us know. I do find probable cause for the offense of assault. Is Keelani present? No response. Do you live with Keelani?
Yes.
All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you a monetary bond. You are entitled to one. I'm setting your bond at $750. I'm ordering that you have no weapons. If you do have any, they need to be surrendered to law enforcement within 4 hours of your release. Mr. Hinton, you're to have no contact with your girlfriend, no contact, even third-party contact through other people. You must maintain a separate residence. She can stay where she's living. You're not allowed to go back. I'll give you a one-time exception. You contact law enforcement. They'll escort you to the property. You can pack a bag, and after that, you cannot return there. Do you have any questions, Mr. Hinton?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Your name, sir?
Yusri.
Case 2022 MM5918. Sir, you were arrested for a charge of battery domestic violence. I'll appoint a public defender to help you with your case. That's a lawyer. Is Barbara Castillo present? No response. I do find that there is probable cause in this matter. I'm going to order no contact with your wife. Maintain separate residence. She can stay there. You're only allowed to go back one time, but you must be accompanied by a police officer. You're not to have any weapons. Weapons need to be surrendered to the police department within 4 hours of your release. State and defense, PTR, or monetary?
Pretrial release, Your Honor.
State any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to put him on straight pretrial release. Thank you. Bernetta Lawrence is next. Victim is Otto Lawrence. (2022 MM5914). It looks like you want a public defender. How often are you paid at your job?
Weekly,
Weekly? And what's your take-home pay after taxes and withholdings?
about $1,200.
How many people do you support?
It used to be 3, but it'll be 2.
Does that change it? For a household of 3? Yeah. All right, you make too much money to qualify for the services of the public defender. I'll do your first appearance today. If your financial circumstances change at your next court hearing, do another application, okay? I find probable cause for the charge of battery domestic violence. You must live separately from the victim. The victim can stay in the house. I'll give you a one-time return as long as you're accompanied by a police officer. I'm ordering that you not possess any weapons. All weapons need to be surrendered within 4 hours of your release. Again, no contact. That's not even for purposes of any children or third-party contact. State any objection. How long have you lived in Orlando?
Since 2008.
State any objection to pretrial release.
No objection.
Defense, do you want pretrial release?
Oh, you did. Did you appoint?
Oh, I'm sorry, I did not. I'm going to put you on pretrial release. That means you can leave jail without having to give any money. There is a small service fee, and you need to check in once a month and follow their instructions. Thank you, PD's office. Thank you, ma'am. Devane Morris. Are you Mr. Morris? What's your name? Is Amy Morris present? No response. Are you Mr. Devane Morris?
No.
Your case number is 2022 MM5915. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I'm going to appoint a public defender to help you with your criminal charges for battery domestic violence. I do find that there's probable cause in this offense. I'm going to set your bond at $1,500. I'm ordering no contact with the victim, Amy. You must maintain separate residence. Amy can live there. You cannot return there. I'll give you a one-time exception as long as you're accompanied by a police officer. You're not to have any weapons. All weapons need to be surrendered within 4 hours of your release. Mr. Morris, do you have any questions?
No.
Thank you. After that is Elias Ortiz.
Your Honor, he is mental health.
I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender in this matter. Is Ms. Walker present? Walker, no response. I find probable cause will waive the appearance.
Your Honor,
yes?
he qualifies for pretrial release. I would ask for pretrial release. I believe it shows that they live separately as well, so I would ask for pretrial release in this case. He's a Navy veteran.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do mental health PTR if qualifies, or set bond in the amount of $750. No contact, no weapons to be surrendered within 4 hours. I do have concerns about the ability to understand straight mental health, straight pretrial release. Anything else, state or defense?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Zachary Ugarte Medina. Palm Beach, honeysuckle. Is Alina Finley present? On record on 22 MM5909. Sir, you were arrested for a charge of battery dating violence. I'll appoint a public defender, that's a lawyer, to assist you with your case. I do find probable cause. Ask him if he wants monetary or PTR. And state any objection to PTR. If he,
On mine, I don't see that he qualifies, Your Honor.
mine does too, I'm just asking.
If he qualifies, no, I have no objection to
I'm
it.
sorry, what did you say?
Monetary bond.
I'm going to set your bond at $500. You're to have no contact with the victim. In this case, that includes third-party contact or texting even. You're not allowed to have any weapons. Any weapons need to be surrendered. You live in Palm Beach, so that's 3 hours away.
The address hasn't been updated, Your Honor.
You live where?
I live in Orlando.
Okay, you need to change your address. Since you live in Orlando, any weapons need to be surrendered within 4 hours of your release. Thank you, sir. Again, straight no contact. Bridget Willis is next. Is Bruce Walton present? No response. 2022 MM 5901. Ms. Willis, I'm going to appoint a public defender to help you with your criminal charges. You were arrested for a charge of battery domestic violence. I do find that there's probable cause. And you and Mr. Walton live together, right?
We did. He no longer lives at the apartment. As of yesterday, an officer was with him, and he got all of his possessions and has moved out.
And, Your Honor, he did confirm that with pretrial release services.
Pre-trial, did you get that information?
I'm not sure if it was clarified through the victim that they no longer live together, but the victim was contacted.
On the bottom of the sheet, it just says, but the victim has.
Yeah, I just want that on record from corrections.
Yeah, but that could have been through her interview.
Oh, okay, I understand.
I don't know.
All right, I'm ordering no contact with the victim, maintain separate residence. You cannot live where the victim is living. Your initial return needs to be with a police officer. If the victim is living there, you must exit and just collect some belongings. No weapons. Weapons need to be surrendered within 4 hours. Again, the victim has the right to stay there. If he's there, you cannot be there. If the victim is not there and it looks like he's moved out, but again, no contact.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it monetary bond or?
And I'm gonna set at pretrial release. Any objection to that?
No objection.
Al Ash is next. Sir, you're here out of a warrant from Broward County. The case number is 19006325CF10A for burglary of a dwelling and grand theft. You're being held at no bond as to all counts. Do you need a public defender to help you with your case while you're in the Orange County Jail?
My fiance had a lawyer. I don't know if she reached out.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you're gonna hire your own lawyer?
I thought she would already be up here. I wasn't able to call right before I came up. But yesterday we were talking because she was checking with the Broward side to see what she could see on her side. She said that she was in the area in Orlando.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Ash. We'll go ahead and just stay this at no bond. Your attorney can do any work that's necessary. You will have court hearings if you're not transported. Thank you. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Daniel Decker is next. Are you Mr. Decker?
Yes, Your Honor, I am.
Mr. Decker, I'm going to, do you want a public defender for the time you're here in Orange County Jail?
Yes.
I'll appoint a public defender for the time you're in Orange County Jail. You have warrants out of Pinellas County, Florida, 2022-7476. You failed to appear for a court hearing. Your bond in that matter is $75,013. In case 2021-19191, you missed your court date for charges of driving under the influence, expired license, and refusal to submit to testing. Your bond on count 1 is $5,013,013. Your bond on count 2 and 3 is $5,013 apiece. Thank you, sir. What's your name, sir?
Geraldino De Leon.
Sir, you're here from a warrant out of Osceola County, Florida for carrying a concealed weapon. Do you know if the PD's office already represents him? Do you have a public defender?
I probably need one.
Okay, I'll go ahead and appoint a public defender for the time you're here since you're being held at no bond in case 20 CF 2056 from Osceola County. Thank you, sir. After that is Amy Shin. Ms. Shin, you're here for a warrant out of Polk County, Florida. Case 44337. The warrant is for possession of drug paraphernalia and solicitation to commit lewd acts and possession of cannabis. Your bond is $1,000 per count. That equals $3,000. Do you need a public defender while you're here in the Orange County Jail?
Yes, please, ma'am.
I'll appoint a public defender for those purposes. Thank you, ma'am. Therese Marshall. Public Defender's Office was previously appointed on this case. In 2019, CF 14075, you have a violation of probation. You were on probation for possession of gun or ammunition by a convicted felon, carrying a concealed firearm, and possession of controlled substance. It's showing that you failed to comply with probation, special conditions of probation for drug and alcohol evaluation, and that you committed new law offenses. Defense, shall I enter denial?
Yes, Your Honor.
He'll remain at no bond on that, on all counts. And then he also has case number 2020 CT 512AW. I'll appoint a public defender on that case. You do have a bond for missing your court date for driving with license suspended with knowledge. That bond is going to be $1,000 and it's stayed. After that is Christian Mathis.
That's it.
What's your name? You're here in case number 2022 MM 506AW. Do you want a public defender to help you with the theft case as well as your violation of probation?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm incapable I'm incompetent to represent myself.
Okay, so I'll appoint a public defender. On the petty theft, I'll go ahead and find probable cause, and I'll stay that bond at $250. I'm also going, the officers did an on-view violation in 2020, CF 7136, defendant CO. Looks like you're on probation for obstructing a criminal investigation, so you'll be held at no bond. Your attorney can assist you. Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, with regard to the petty theft, can I ask for a no return?
Yeah, I'll order no return.
Your Honor, may I?
Sir, because you said you were incompetent and you have a lawyer, it may not be in your best interest, but if you really want to say something, go ahead. All of your statements are being recorded and can be used against you. So we're coming to the end. We'll work on that Creole, and I'll find somebody who can phone in to do Santana's case.
Your Honor, in this case, I guess the attorney was supposed to be appearing on the video.
On Roderick Mike?
Yes, yes.
See, did we get any call-ins that somebody's appearing? How do we do that? I got it. Who's your attorney?
Welcome to an Econo meeting. You are entering the meeting now.
Ryan Yadav.
You are the only participant.
Okay, so and your name, please?
Roderick Mike.
Okay, Mr. Yadav is not here online. So, and I'm still showing a public defender. He has to file paperwork. Let me check that. All right. right, I don't see that Mr. Yadav has filed any paperwork, and he's not online for a 9 o'clock hearing. It is 10 o'clock now. So on your violation of probation, you were placed on probation for carrying a concealed firearm. It's alleged that on or about July 26th, you committed a new offense in Seminole County of aggravated battery on a pregnant person. You'll continue to be held at no bond. Either the public defender's office or Mr. Yadav will help you with your case. Thank you.
Do you know when my
PD,
my next court date is?
PD was appointed? Oh, I thought because that sticky note. Just put the PD on it. Oh, okay. Willie Eugene Miller.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Miller, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm sorry, good morning. In case
Morning.
2021, CF 635AW. Sir, do you need a public defender to help you with your criminal charges?
Nah, I got a private state attorney. I just want to say something. I know I got a warrant. I turned myself in.
Everything you say is being recorded and can be used against you. So keep all of that in mind. Sir, what's the name of your attorney?
It was Josh St. Clair.
So he's with the public defender's office, correct?
Yeah.
So do you want a public defender to help you with this violation of probation?
I want to keep him on the.
Okay, well, in order to have Mr. St. Clair or a public defender on it, you can either hire him if he's in private practice, but a violation of probation is like you need to start a new process. Do you want a public defender, and perhaps they can tell you about Mr. St. Clair?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender. You were placed on probation for burglary, 2 counts, trafficking in stolen property and false information to a pawnbroker. It's alleged that you failed to report on March 29th to probation. It's also alleged that you weren't at the residence when you were supposed to be. The judge is now holding you at no bond. Thank you. PD's office is appointed. Tyler Austin.
Excuse me, but I turned myself in Seminole County.
Thank you for doing that. The next person is Tyler Austin Payne.
He's present, Your Honor.
Mr. Payne, do you need a public defender to help you with your criminal charges?
Currently, yes.
I'll appoint a public defender to help you. You're here for a violation of probation. You are on probation for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. It's alleged that you failed to report to probation as directed. It's also alleged that you were not at your residence when you were supposed to be. And that was alleged 3 times over the course of a couple of days. I'll enter denials, but you'll remain at no bond. Thank you. After that is Rodney Tippins. Are you Mr. Tippins?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Tippins, 2021 CF 14081AO. Do you need a public defender to help you with your case? Do you want to, okay, I'll appoint a public defender. You were placed on probation for trafficking in stolen property and grand theft. It's alleged that you were not at your approved residence at the required time. So you'll be held at no bond, and I'll enter denials. Is that correct, defense?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
After that is Joe Nathan Brewer.
Your Honor, he is not back from medical.
All right, we'll go ahead and,
To a second session, they were.
yeah, we'll roll to second session. Rodaline Prudence. Okay. Yep, just doing this, and let me find. Stand by on Prudent, we're waiting for an interpreter. State, I have several people sitting there. I went through the domestic docket. Do you know why we have so many people?
I do not, Your Honor. I thought they were for domestic as well.
I was told Creole and Santana, is that right?
Yeah.
It's on the DV. Oh, okay. I remember. No, you're fine. I'm just not here today, I guess. Didn't see me. Let me see. Okay, so where are they? I'm just horrible. Brought little gifts from London. You guys get to pick whichever one you want. You get to pick whichever one. I already picked mine. Really? I got the magnet because I thought it was so cute. Well, they got here's a keychain. What's your pen? Oh.
I have Santana's
yours. You picked it. I'm trying to give you the first choice. You already picked. I know. It's pretty. Doesn't purge. So cute.
We're going to continue to hold.
Your Honor, while we're holding, would you like to do the 33-day motions?
I will in a few moments. I'm just trying to find that coverage judge.
Oh, is it okay if we go? The one she has to coverage for the driver.
That's Santana, right?
On Santana, he's not in the courtroom. I have a conflict. He's going to qualify for the public defender's office. State, I understand the victim is here on Santana. Can you talk to her, put on record what she wants, and see if you can come to an agreed bond amount while I find that coverage?
Yes, Your Honor.
I thought we were only here for.
Santana, we're only addressing his out on bonds.
It's only for the driving while license,
I
right?
thought they said the victim was here.
Yeah, I don't know why
don't
they're
know
here,
why.
because we're only addressing his out on bond case, which is the driving
When did
case.
he IA?
I believe he was seen already before, right?
Your Honor, on the misdemeanor DV, the guy Zachary, his victim just walked in.
So it's not Santana.
That's somebody else, totally different.
Oh, so there's more than one.
Okay, let's, you said Zachary?
Yeah,
What's the case number?
It is 22 MM 5909.
You recall what we did on that?
Probable cause was found. It was no contact, no weapons or firearms, and a $500 bond. The public defender was appointed.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and recall. Case number 2022 MM 5909. Defendant has a public defender. Is Alina Finley present?
Yes.
Come on up. Please raise your right hand. I'll have you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please speak out loud?
Yes.
Into the microphone, please, and put your
yes,
hand
ma'am.
down. You can put your hand down, ma'am. Good morning. What's your name?
Alina Finley,
And how do you know Zachary Ugarte Medina?
ex-fiance.
Okay. I already addressed his case. I ordered no contact, maintain separate residence, and no weapons. He's not to contact you. Are you in fear of him?
What's that?
Are you afraid of him?
At this moment, yes, my biggest concern is mental health.
Your biggest concern is what?
Mental health.
Okay. Well, I did order no contact with you. I can't order mental health treatment, but I did also order no weapons. You can contact the victim advocate at the state attorney's office. He does have a monetary bond. He is entitled to that. I set that bond at $500. Do you have any questions for me? And I do want to point out his attorney is in the courtroom.
Okay. If I wanted to get like a forced Baker Act with his family, that's something that's a thing that I can do.
Baker Act is when you feel that somebody's immediate, is at a risk of harm to themselves or others. I can't give you any legal advice on that. ma'am.
Okay, yeah, because before the assault happened, the past 2 nights I had called for mental wellness checks. Nothing came of it, so that's why my biggest concern is that he gets mental health, like correction or help.
Well, his attorney did ask for a monetary bond, so he is entitled to that by law because of this offense. So if you feel, but if he contacts you, he is in violation of a court order. So you can call 911 or the police department and let him know that he's violating a no contact order, okay?
Okay, and you said I could contact who? Something.
Not me.
Advocate.
This is his attorney.
Hi, I'm with the public defender's office, so I will let the attorney assigned know that he has the mental health issues, and we'll see about getting him evaluated and getting some services for him.
Okay,
Thank you, ma'am.
thank you.
Got somebody? So on Santana, he has bonds on everything. I just need to readdress the DWLS.
Yes.
And there was actually, we were gonna resolve the driving while license suspended, Your Honor. If you could get someone, it would not habitualize him or anything like that.
What's the agreed upon resolution?
An adjudication of guilt and credit time served. I only see one driving on his record from 2009.
If everybody agrees on that, if everybody agrees to that, I can take the negotiated plea.
Yes. We do agree. Can I see Santana?
I need the state to agree to that.
Yes, Your Honor, state agrees.
Let me just check everything to make sure I don't have to do anything on the CT cases. Oh, he had an IA last week, okay. Let's bring Santana up. State and PD's on Santana. I'm gonna go media mute if you can approach. Bench conference. Yep, I think we have Creole on line. Which button do I press? Good morning, can you hear me okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
I can hear you well, yes. Good morning.
I'm going to ask that you raise your right hand. Do you swear to interpret from English to Creole and Creole to English to the best of your abilities, so help you God?
Do.
Please ask everybody who speaks and understands Creole to speak into the microphone.
Tout le monde qui comprend, qui parle créole, le n'a parlé dans le microphone, n'a plus qu'à se bien, ça n'a dit.
If you speak Creole, please raise your right hand. I'll have you sworn in.
Si nous parlons créole, levez main droite pour le faire serment.
I don't need a translator.
Does the other person need a translator?
No, he doesn't.
Okay, thank you. Do you solemnly swear that the test, everybody in this case, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you'll give today is the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
Can you interpret?
Est-ce que nous faisons serment que tout ça va témoigner dans le tribunal là, c'est la vérité, rien d'autre que la vérité?
Oui.
Yes.
In the red shirt, please tell me what your name is. Please
Santil.
interpret.
Moun qui gagne chemise rouge là, qui joue relé?
Isnel Santil.
Histoire Saint-Il.
And are you her nephew?
Est-ce que c'est neveu le courrier?
Yes.
Excuse me, Your Honor. On this end, we do not need a translator.
I
It's
have
only
to have
for
the
her.
interpreter translate everything
Oh,
so
okay.
she can hear.
Okay.
What is your name, ma'am? Please interpret.
Comment relé, madame?
My name is Julie Jonatas.
Interpret, please.
Moi relé, Juni Jonatas. Repeat the name, please.
Julie Jonatas.
Julie Jonada.
Miss Janatis, how are you related to Miss Prudent? Please interpret.
Madame Jonadis. Qui rapport familial avec monsieur?
I am not related to Rodney Prudent.
How are you related?
I am not.
Go ahead, interpret.
Moi pas relation avec monsieur Prudent.
How are you related to this case? Please interpret.
Qui rapport gagne avec Kassa?
Isnel Saint-Il is my nephew, and I am his guardian.
Please interpret.
Ismaël Saint-Il, c'est neveu, c'est même qui gardien.
Isnel, are you afraid of your aunt?
No, ma'am.
Isnel, est-ce qu'on peut m'attendre tout? Non, madame.
Do you want to have contact with her? Please interpret.
Est-ce qu'on voulait gagner contact avec ma tante?
Yes.
Yes. Oui.
Miss Janatis, do you have concerns about contact between Isnell and Rodaline?
Yes, I
Madame
do.
journaliste, est-ce que vous avez problème? Est-ce que vous avez problème pour contact avec deux moun sa yo? Oui, moi j'ai problème. Yes, yeah, oui, j'ai problème.
State anything.
Your Honor, can I clarify? I thought that the defendant was the stepmother of the victim, not the aunt.
Juge, moi je pense que le défendant, c'était belle-mère et victime, là, et non ma tante li.
So confused. Where is your father, Isnell?
In the
Isnel,
audience.
côté papa, oui.
He is in the courtroom right now. This is a DCF case, Your Honor.
Li nan tribunal la kwen y a là, son dossier DCF que lié.
Sir, what is your name?
Monsieur, qui j'en relé?
Mark Eli Sentil.
Parlez plus fort. Speak louder, please. Comment relé?
Mark Eli Sentil.
Is this your son in the red shirt?
Yes.
Est-ce que c'est petit tout qui a chemise rouge là sous li a?
Oui.
Do you have any concerns
Yes.
about his safety at the hands of Miss Prudence?
At the hand of Miss? Your Honor, can you repeat Miss?
Are you concerned about Miss Prudent hurting Isnell?
Est-ce qu'on peut que Madame Prudent doit faire mal à Isnel? Est-ce qu'on peut ça?
Non.
No.
How is Julie his guardian if you are his father? Please interpret.
Comment Julie fait responsable c'est gardien si mon non si c'est ou papa?
Ok, li responsable comme parce que c'est mon papa parce que dans l'aime pour un travail yo avec l'aime pour un travail avec pour Isnel à l'école pour aller prendre l'école ils ont gens et bagay pour moi c'est ça que me c'est obligé lui même la vivre ensemble avec maman et petit moyen tout c'est ça que me bail parce que depuis les entrée c'est maman qui entre et puis l'entrée
Okay. Stop, please. Because when I work, it's hard for me to take him to school. She lives with my mom. He lives with my mom too. On va continuer. Continuer.
Yes, c'est sa cause me c'est obligé de vivre la écoute mamie ensemble avec sister.
C'est ça fait qui ça? Ou obligé qui ça?
La vivre la caille
What is
mamie
it?
avec Sem.
That's why he's living at my mom's house and my sister.
State any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Est-ce qu'il y a une question? L'État avec défense là? Non, juge.
State, how do you want me to proceed aside from ordering DCF investigation compliance? Hold on, go ahead and interpret.
Qui j'en voulez m'avancer? Est-ce que vous voulez me demander pour DCF et continuer à faire une investigation pour essayer d'obéir au règlement?
I would ask for no contact with the victim and any witness, Your Honor. As you mentioned, comply with the DCF plan. They appear to live separately, so that does not need to be ordered. And then again, the no weapons, no firearms. And because of the age of the victim, Your Honor, I would also ask for supervised contact with any minors.
Moi, je demandé, comme il y a vu pour compte, il y a vu séparé, il faut me parler de contact entre aucun témoin avec les victimes. Et étant donné qu'ils n'ont déjà pas vivre ensemble, donc ce n'est pas nécessaire que nous fassions une investigation. Et moi, de tout, il ne faut pas gagner aucun âme dans le cas là.
Ma'am, I'm going to order. Can I see your face sheet? Thank you, I'll return. I'm going to put you on pretrial release. Please interpret.
Moi, pour le mettre et pour le libérer en attendant, il fait procès. Attendez.
You're only allowed to have
Okay, thank you.
contact with the victim when it's supervised by another adult.
Ou capable gen contact avec victime nan, le gon l'autre grand monde ou adulte qui là cap superviser rencontre là.
You need to comply with the Department of Children and Families investigation.
Est-ce que vous collaborez avec investigation DCF, la département Simon ak famille là? Est-ce que vous collaborez?
All contact with ISNL is to be non-hostile, non-violent.
Tout contact qu'on gen avec Isnel, faut contact la pas hostile, faut qu'il pas violent non plus.
You're not allowed to have any weapons. Thank you.
Ou pas supposé gen droit gen aucun arme.
Any weapons need to be surrendered to the police department within 4 hours of your release.
Toutes armes, sou gen armes, toutes armes qu'on gen, 4 heures après ou la ou suppose dans le département de la police là pour remettre armes yo.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, family.
Merci madame. Merci la famille.
Thank you. You can disconnect.
Thank you. Can I have the case number if you don't mind? And is it in Florida?
22 MM 5900 AO, Orange County.
Thank you.
Thank you.
good
Back
day.
on record on Santana, I'm only addressing 2021 CT 8114AO. I have all disclosures and waivers on the record. It's my
Thank you.
understanding that
Goodbye.
Mr. Santana's case is going to be a plea, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. It's an adjudication of guilt, credit, time served, and court costs, and he would like to accept and enter plea of no contest.
Do you have the signed plea form?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Santana, can you read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes, ma'am.
And you finished high school, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you taken any drugs, alcohol, or medication that's affecting your ability to understand what's going on right now? Have you had enough time to talk to your lawyer?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you read this paper and understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Santana, do you understand that by entering a plea, you will not have a trial?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you are not a United States citizen, you will be subject to deportation by entering a plea today?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you were on probation at the time you committed this offense of driving with license suspended, your terms of probation would be violated?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you're not if you have a criminal history of doing anything sexually violent or anything sexually motivated, under the laws of this state, you would be civilly committed by entering a plea today?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to the charge of driving with license suspended? Guilty, no contest, or not guilty?
No contest.
Has anybody forced you to say no contest?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand what no contest means? And one thing that is not on your plea form, driving with license suspended is an enhanceable offense. In just a moment, I will convict you. If you commit a future act of driving with license suspended, you will be charged with a felony. You can face a 10-day jail sentence and be designated a habitual traffic offender. Do you understand all that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll accept your plea of no contest. I'll adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to time served
1 day.
of 1 day. You'll be released on this charge alone. I'll give you 30 days after you're released to set up a payment plan for all your financial obligations. Michael, do you have any other questions? All right, it looks like you have somebody in the box. I'm only addressing Mr. Santana's driving with license suspended case, which he pled out to, and he's released on just that case. There may be other holds on him. Good luck to you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, court, let me go ahead and just give this to you guys. And then I'll do 33-day motions. Thank you. All right, case number 2022 CF 8631. What says the state?
Can you give me the name, please, Your Honor?
I'm sorry, I could not hear.
What's the name?
Jasmine Marie Medina.
Granted notice of non-filing.
Granted. Moving on, I have Gerald Levon Welch, 22, CF 8819.
Denied, information was filed.
Denied. After that, I have Dwayne Lewis Woodson, case number 2022 CF 2432 AO.
Denied, information was filed.
Denied. After that, I have Jason Joseph Brunco, case number 2022 CF 7958.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
Mr. Brunco has a second case. That's case 22 CF 8840.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
After that, I have James Anthony De Jesus Santiago. Mr. Santiago's case number is 2022 CF 8787 AO.
Denied, information was filed.
Denied. Mr. De Jesus Santiago has a second case. That case number is 2022 CF 8749 AO.
Denied, information was filed.
Denied. After that, I have Darius Marcellus Tamu, case number 2022 CF 4214.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
After that, I have case number 2022 CF 8676 AO, and that's Kareem Jerquin.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
After that, I have Richard Roy Parmenter. His case number is 2022 CF 7608 AO.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
After that, I have Nicole Watts, case number 2022 CF 8803.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
Granted. Ryan Jarrett, case number 2022 CF 8016.
Denied, information was filed.
Denied. Few more. Rodney Terrence Wilson, case number 2022 CF 8770 AO.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
Granted. After that, I have Zablox Helfavi, case number 2022 CF 8850.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
Granted. Ardeen Phillips, case 2022 CF 8319 AO.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
Granted. Johnny Otis Williams, his case number is 2022 CF 8858 AO.
Denied, and information was filed.
Denied. Derek Antonio Wilkerson, 2022 CF 7114.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
And that's granted. All right, I have to have a 1 o'clock overlap. What, any input on starting the second session? What time?
12?
Good afternoon, Mr. Bailey. Sir, you were arrested on a warrant out of Broward County for failure to appear. There is no bond at this time, so you'll be transported to Broward County where you'll see a judge and can talk about conditions of release, okay? Thank you, sir. Next case, we have two cases for Raymond Walker. These are case numbers 2020 CF 3217 and 2022 CF 653. Afternoon, Mr. Walker. Sir, you were arrested on warrants issued by Judge Nix Walker. You apparently failed to appear for a plea hearing in these two cases. So your bond is set at 0. Does he have an upcoming court date with Judge Nix Walker?
For 20 CF 3217 and 22 CF 653, plea date certain, September 2nd, 9 a.m., courtroom 5A.
All right, so it sounds like you'll be with Judge Nix Walker later this week, sir. All right, thank you. Then we have two cases for Alexis Alvarado, 22 CF 2497 and 2015 CF 3977. Mr. Alvarado, you were arrested in 22 CF 2497 for providing false information to law enforcement regarding a missing person and interfering with custody of a minor. There is probable cause for those charges. The bond amounts are $500 on count 1 and $1,500 on count 2. You may not have contact with the child Anita Cabrera. All right. There is an on-view finding of violation of probation in case number 2015 CF 3977. Based on the probable cause finding in the other case, there is an on-view finding of 2 new law offenses and also a violation of the no contact with minors condition in the 2015 case. You'll be held on 0 bond in that case. Okay.
I have a future court date, VOP arraignment, September 12th, 8:45 a.m., courtroom 5F.
All right. So September 12th is your next court date, sir. Thank you. 22 MM 1956. This is Jose Cortez.
Your Honor, at this time, defense will be waiving his appearance. Mr. Cortez did refuse.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lopez. What is the other legal constraint, Officer Jenkins, that's referenced on the cover sheet?
He have a failure to appear out of Indiana.
Out of Indiana.
Yes, sir.
So is there an Indiana warrant pending?
No.
Okay. All right, there is probable cause for the trespass charge, and the bond on that is $250. He will be ordered not to return to racetrack at 2001 West Vine Street. Thank you. Then we have Tyson Hadsel, 22 CF 2498. All right, good afternoon, sir. What is the other legal constraint, Officer Jenkins, reference on this one?
He is have an open case out of Pasco County.
Out of Pasco. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, I don't have any jurisdiction over release in that case.
And he also have, out on probation as well.
Out of Pasco?
You say Clearwater, so I think that is Pasco.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, Clearwater is Pinellas, I think, but it's the same circuit, Sixth Circuit. All right, well, I don't have that in front of me, so I'm not making any findings on the probation, although Department of Corrections may do that, Mr. Edsel. So you were charged with grand theft of a motor vehicle, possession of a controlled substance, possession of drug paraphernalia, and resisting an officer without violence. And if I said charge, that's what you were arrested for. There is probable cause for those arrests. Your bonds on the two felonies are $1,000 each, and your bonds on the two misdemeanors are $500 each for a total bond of $3,000. I don't think we need to do a no return. This was in a neighborhood, but the automobile was reported stolen out of Pinellas County, so I'm not going to put any special conditions on the bond. All right? Thank you, sir. Daryl Jervis, 22mm, 1957. Afternoon, Mr. Jervis. Sir, you were arrested for the charges of misdemeanor battery and misdemeanor petty theft. There is probable cause for the charges. You do qualify for direct pretrial release, and so I am going to reduce the bonds and grant you direct pretrial release. You'll need to maintain contact with pretrial release so that that does not get revoked at a later date, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Scott Kratka, 22 CF 2502. And I have Mr. Mullins here at the lectern, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Ernie Mullins on behalf of Scott Kratka.
Yes, sir.
On this case, it seems the booking report provides the probable cause for the two offenses that were charged, which is the battery by strangulation and hindering communications. So we would ask both of those being third-degree felony. Well, I guess one's a second-degree. Yeah, second-degree felony. We would ask that bond be set in the amount of $1,000 on count one, and the second one being $2,500.
Well, tell me something. Is the alleged victim living at the residence or living with her mother? I have a lot of questions about this.
Yeah, my client could probably answer that, but what I found out is that she moved out of that house where they lived together in Campbell City. He's got a Water Street address, but that's actually his parents' address. She's moved out of that house where they were, where this apparently took place or allegedly took place. And then she's living with her mother, from what I understand.
Okay, well, that's what it would look like in the affidavit. So Bryant Street was the house they were sharing?
Yes.
All right. Do we know, Ms. Polycard or Officer Jenkins, if in fact the alleged victim is not living at Bryant Street?
I do not know, Your Honor. I have not been able to speak with the victim. She's not present.
And I don't know as well, but she does not want to have contact. The
Yeah.
other officer there, she spoke to her this morning.
All right, here's what I'm going to do. Mr. Kratka, there is probable cause for the arrest on the two charges of domestic battery by strangulation and hindering communication with a law enforcement officer. So tampering with a witness to hinder communication. I'm going to grant the bond requested, which is $1,000 on count 1, $2,500 on count 2. Those will be with pretrial release conditions. Conditions of bond are you may not have any contact with the victim. You may have indirect contact through a third person solely for purposes of child visitation, because it looks like you share a child. But that's the extent of the communication. It has to be through a third party.
Judge, can he go back to the home? There's animals there that need to be taken care of.
Well, if she's not living there.
Okay, if she's not living there, then, okay.
Yeah, maintain a separate residence. Yeah, you may not live together. You may turn that completely off, ma'am, before you come back in. All right.
I kind of like the music.
Other than the fact it's annoying. Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, well, there is that. Yeah.
Okay, so you must maintain a separate residence. No contact means you cannot be within 500 feet of her or her place of employment or her residence or anywhere she is known to frequent. And by her, I am referring to Sophia. Dimblavsky. You may reside at 1710 Bryant Street as long as the alleged victim is not living there. If the alleged victim is living there, you're going to have somewhere else to live, and you can only go in with law enforcement. If she is not living there, you may live there. You may not possess any weapons or firearms. Ms. Polly Carter, is there anything else the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lopez, anything from defense?
I'm the defense.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mullins. I was looking over there.
I'm
Anything
equally
else for
forgettable.
you? Sorry, Mr. Mullins.
Forget about me.
Have it.
No, Your Honor, no, I don't have anything else, Judge. That's all.
Okay, excellent. All right, thank you, Mr. Kraft.
Okay, have a good day,
You
Judge.
too, Mr. Mullins. Take
Okay,
care.
Thank you.
Just for count 1, we have 1,000.
1,000. Yeah, 1,000 and 2,500 on count 2.
That's just in keeping with the bond schedule at the jail.
And you have all of the conditions? Okay, great.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Have a minute.
You as well, Mr. Mullins.
Sorry, I don't think I'm on
Isaac Mercado Pagan, 22 CF 2503. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, you were arrested for violation of a no contact order in case number 22MM 1356. There is a probable cause. Now, do we have, I believe we have the victim in that case here for first appearance in another case, don't we?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Yeah. All right. So, so back to Mr. Pagan's or Mercado Pagan's case. There is probable cause for the no contact violation. Bond in 22MM 1356 is revoked and will be set at 0. Bond in this case will be set at $3,500. The no contact will continue. to be a condition of release. May not possess any weapons or firearms. Okay? All right, thank you, sir. All right, Kevin Pate, we have 3 cases, 22 MM 1958, 22 MM 1959, and 22 MM 1877. All right, Mr. Pate, there's a 4th case you're out on bond in, and that's 22 MM 1631. In case number 22 MM 1958, I do not find probable cause for violation of a domestic injunction. There is probable cause for a separate charge of violating a no contact order, but I did not see any evidence or reference to a domestic violence injunction. So I'm going to continue 22 MM 1958 for 24 hours to allow the state to attempt to establish probable cause on that case. Case number 22 MM 1959. You were arrested in that case, sir, for battery, domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'll set bond momentarily. In case number 1877, you were arrested for dating violence, simple battery. The first appearance judge found probable cause, and I concur with that finding. You're out on bond in 22 MM 1631, which is also a battery charge. Your bond in that case is going to be revoked, and you will be held on 0 bond in that case. In case number 22 MM 1959, I'm going to set bond in the amount of $2,500. And in case number 22 MM 1877, I'm going to set bond at $2,500. The conditions of bond are no contact with Alicia Story, may not possess any weapons or firearms. You may have contact only through a third party for purposes of child visitation.
Sir, can I ask a question?
You must maintain a separate residence. Who's asking that?
Me. How many charges do I have?
Well, you've got 4 cases. 3 of them are here in front of me today. 1 I'm not addressing because I didn't find probable cause today. We'll recall it tomorrow. But you have 2 new battery cases.
2 new battery cases?
Yep, that's what I was just telling you about.
Okay, so how do I get bond on the one then?
Well, you have to go see the judge who has that case. All right? Here's the thing. It seems like the addresses that are referenced in the affidavits are no longer addresses where you were living. So I'm not going to order a no return. I've ordered no contact, and you must maintain a separate residence from Ms. Story. What was that, Madam Clerk? Oh, she's on the phone. All right. 2406 Parson Pond Circle. Are you still living there, sir?
No, sir. I moved out of there.
That's what I thought. Okay.
This whole thing started. I don't understand it, how I got this. I moved out.
All right. Well, in the meantime, while it's being sorted out, you may not have contact with Alicia Story. You may not have weapons or firearms in your possession. You must maintain a separate residence from her, and you must communicate only through a third party with regard to child visitation issues, okay?
So I can't bond out of jail?
You have 2 bonds on 2 cases. You do not have a bond on 1631, and we'll be addressing 22 MM 1958 tomorrow, possibly. Okay? Zamir Roberts, this is 22 MM 1960. All right, Mr. Roberts, sir, you were arrested for domestic battery. There is probable cause, although the alleged victim apparently does not wish to prosecute. That's not an issue that I can address today. And I don't have a witness here. So, you qualify for pretrial release conditions with a bond. Based on what I've read about the case, it seems to be a pretty weak case. I'm going to set your bond at $100 with pretrial release conditions, okay? I have to order no contact because of the nature of the case. And so that's no contact with Jessica Lisette Hernandez. Sir, do you have a place where you can reside while this case is pending?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I do.
Okay, where would that be?
It would be 1504 Hawaiian Palm Lane, Apopka,
Okay.
2712.
Who lives there?
My mom.
Okay, excellent. Stay there, and while this case is pending, okay? You can't have any contact, no weapons or firearms, okay? All right, thanks, sir. All right, Khalif Washington, 22 MM 1961. Officer Jenkins, what is the legal constraint referenced on this one? Mr. Washington, you were arrested for battery. Seems to be a domestic violence battery. There is probable cause. The affidavit is, however, contradictory in some respects.
We, out of Maryland, my supervisor said the case is too recent of robbery and then a dangerous weapon, and we can't find where it was a deposition, whether they charged him with it, whether it was dropped or anything. So we
Okay.
can't find it.
So no disposition on that one?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I don't have a victim here. It looks like it may be family members involved in this case. Mr. Lopez, is that correct?
To my understanding, it is, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Washington, do you have a place to live other than with?
That's my mother. My father doesn't live there. He came to help and talk to my mom, and that's how we got in an argument. I live there with my mom. He could call her, but I can't get in contact with her or nothing right now because I don't got no money on my phone now, and she don't know how to use the phone. I called the cops. I got smacked with a hammer. The cops lied on their report, and she could call and you could tell them. We know the whole story. I got a broken leg. I can't walk.
All right, sir. We're being recorded, so anything you need to say, talk to Mr. Lopez, and he'll relate it to the court, okay?
All right, thank you.
For instance, in the first paragraph, it says the victim one, suspect one does not wish to prosecute. Down in the third paragraph, it says victim one, suspect one would like to prosecute. So I don't know if that's a wishy-washy person or a law enforcement officer who got designations confused. There is probable cause. I mean, there probably is more to this story than meets the eye in this affidavit. There is probable cause. And without the alleged victim here to testify, I do have to order no contact and no return to the location of this offense, which is 2344 Valley Avenue in Kissimmee. Must maintain a separate residence, may not possess any weapons or firearms. Mr. Washington does not qualify for pretrial release because of the issue in Maryland. I'm going to set bond at the amount of $5,000, subject to the conditions that I previously stated, and included in that, if I didn't say, is no weapons or firearms. All right, Ms. Polycard, anything further on this case?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lopez, anything further on this case?
Your Honor, yes. Mr. Washington would like to know what was that restraint out of Maryland?
They cannot determine, they could not verify whether there's a disposition, but it was a robbery charge. They don't know whether the case was dropped or filed on or what. Did I say that right, Officer Jenkins?
Right.
Did my time for that case.
Your Honor, it is my understanding that that was a negotiated plea up in Maryland, and Mr. Washington did complete the time that he had on that case.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that, so I can't, I can't make pretrial release supervise something that doesn't meet their criteria, so.
Understood, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, our next case is Ron Wooden, and I do have a witness here. Ma'am, if you will come up to this lectern, please. This is 22 CF 2504. All right. Mr. Wooden, you were arrested for misdemeanor assault on a victim 65 years of age or older and hindering, tampering with a witness to hinder communication with the law enforcement officer. There is probable cause for the charges. Ma'am, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Oops.
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Tell me your name, please.
Joyce Ann Moore Starling.
Joyce, what's your last name?
Starling. Ann Moore Starling.
Starling, S-T-A-R-L-I-N-G?
Yes.
Okay, and you are grandmother to Mr. Wooden, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, tell me what you would like for me to consider with regard to contact and conditions of release, ma'am.
Well, I never pressed charges on him. He never laid a hand on me. He never acted out like that. Only way he acted out like that because he was drinking. But I'm not afraid of none of my kids. They never, ever tried to hit me or nothing. I just had surgery, maybe like three hours surgery, maybe, and he was there helping me out. Like I had to get me out the bed and take me to the bathroom. But he never act like that, never. He was drinking. He came in that morning from an outing. And he was drinking, and I was just telling him, don't argue with nobody in my house. And I guess that made him a little upset. But never, ever have he ever acted like that.
So are you afraid of him?
I'm not afraid of him.
If you did become afraid of him because of the way he was acting, would you hesitate to call law enforcement for help?
No, I wouldn't hesitate, because they probably could calm him down. But first, like hurting me or anything like that, he would never ever do that.
Okay. It's based on what I'm reading, it seems like he was very disrespectful to you.
Well, like I said, he was under influence of drinking. He said words like F you or something. but never like trying to hurt me or come at me.
So he was staying with you?
Yes, he couldn't afford the rent. His rent went up to like $1,400, and like he have a car note and insurance, so he couldn't afford it. So I said, "Well, come stay with me for a while until you could find something a little cheaper." But like I say, he went out and he came in, and he had been drinking.
So you live with your husband as well, correct?
Me and my husband live together.
Okay. Anyone else live in the home with you besides Mr. Wooden?
Pardon me?
Does anyone else live with you and your husband other than your grandson?
Well, his girlfriend was staying there, the young lady, because they both were living together, and they couldn't pay that high rent no more. So I let them come live with me.
Okay. And it was the girlfriend he was having the argument with when
Yeah, but she didn't argue back. She just had left out. I don't know what they were arguing about. I just heard words.
Okay.
But he wasn't like cursing at her or nothing. But I know he was, whatever they was going through, I don't know.
So are you asking me to allow him to return to live with you?
He can, but his mom, my daughter, she used to be a correction officer at the Kissimmee jail. She retired from there and she moved to Georgia. So she would like for him to come and stay up there in Georgia.
Okay. Does he want to go to Georgia or?
I don't know. I haven't spoke with him because he do have a job here.
Okay. All right. Ms. Polycard, anything you want to ask Ms. Starling?
No, I think she already said that she wouldn't be afraid to call 911.
Okay.
Another incident arose.
All right. Mr. Lopez, do you have any questions?
No further questions, but I would like to let the court know I did speak with Mr. Wooden, and he has no objection to refraining from using any substances that might, if it would allow the court to lower the bond in any way, he would refrain from using any substance.
You know, I don't, as a general matter, have a problem with people enjoying a little alcohol, but I do have a problem with people being disrespectful. That's just a matter, I guess, of knowing yourself and how you react to alcohol. All right, here's what I'm going to do. Thank you, Ms. Starling, for coming today. Mr. Wooden, you qualify for pretrial release with a bond. Officer Jenkins, does Mr. Wooden have any history?
No history, Your Honor.
All right, here's what I'm going to do based on the circumstances. Mr. Wooden, I'm going to grant ROR subject to the conditions that you have no hostile contact with your grandparents. You can return and reside in that home as long as you are respectful and not having hostile contact with them. I'm not going to order you to not drink alcohol because I don't have a way of monitoring that and requiring you to abide by that, and I don't like making orders that I can't enforce. It's like making a threat I'm not willing to follow through on. But just know that I'm very serious about the no hostile contact, and it wouldn't be good for you to come back before me having had that hostile contact. Okay? Anything else, Ms. Polycard?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you again, Ms. Wood, or Ms. Starling, I appreciate it. All right, then we have Shanice Andrade, 22 MM 1962. All right, good afternoon, ma'am. Officer Jenkins, what's the legal constraint referred to here?
She have an open case here in Osceola for 22 CT 2817, no registration.
What was that number?
22 CT 2817.
All right, Ms. Andrade, you were arrested for misdemeanor battery, 2 counts. There is probable cause. I'm going to set your bond on count 1 in the amount of $1,000, your bond on count 2 in the amount of $500. You may not have contact with the listed victims, Heriberto Rentas Nazario and Gabriela Machado. You may have contact with Mr. Rentas Nazario through a third person only with regard to child visitation and child care issues regarding the 6-year-old that you have in common with him. So visitation and other child care matters, you can communicate with Mr. Rentas Nazario, but you have to do that through a third person only. You may not return to your next door neighbor's residence at 241 Citrus Drive. May not possess any weapons or firearms. Ms. Polycart, is there anything further that we should address on this case?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lopez?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes our first appearance docket for the day. Anything else, Mr. Lopez, we need to address before we recess?
Nothing further from the bench, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, we'll be in recess until the 2:30 docket.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is Rafael Barrera, State Certified Court Interpreter. I have been previously sworn.
Good afternoon, Mr. Barrera. I have Osmel Trujillo Sanchez at the jail for first appearance, 22 MM 1981.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, good afternoon, sir.
Buenas tardes, caballero. Good afternoon.
All right, sir. You were arrested on the charge of misdemeanor battery.
Usted fue arrestado por el cargo de agresión delito menor.
All right, and there is probable cause for the charge.
Existen indicios razonables para el cargo.
All right, and we do have a witness here today. If you could approach, ma'am.
Y tenemos un testigo aquí presente en el día de hoy.
Does she need an interpreter as well? All right. I'm sorry. No, we'll have to, no, we can't do that because the interpreter's on the line. Mr. Interpreter, the witness is going to need assistance too. Is that something, how do we do that?
Well, Your Honor, since I'm already interpreting over the loudspeaker for the jail, I can just continue to do that for the witness that's there in the courtroom.
Okay, let's have the witness use this microphone because it's much better. Is that? Ma'am, would you raise your right hand to be sworn?
Señora, por favor, levante su mano derecha para prestar juramento.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Usted jura solemnemente o afirma que el testimonio que usted dará en este caso será la verdad, toda la verdad y solamente la verdad ante Dios.
Lo juro.
I swear.
All right, thank you. Would you all roll a chair over here so she can sit and be comfortable in front of that mic? Okay. All right, thank you, ma'am. State your name and spell it for the digital court reporter, please.
Señora, por favor, díganos su nombre y por favor, deletrelo para la taquígrafa digital.
Jacqueline Urdaneta. Jacqueline
Jacqueline Urdaneta. Jacqueline
Okay, ma'am, I reviewed the arrest affidavit. It seems that this was not Well, in any event, I read the arrest affidavit. Tell me what you would like for me to consider with regard to conditions of release.
Si yo he revisado el affidavit de arresto, ¿usted me pudiera decir qué es lo que yo debo considerar referente a las condiciones de libertad?
Considerar.
Consider?
Yes, so I have to determine what conditions to place on Mr. Trujillo.
Sí, yo tengo que determinar cuáles serían las condiciones que le voy a exigir al señor Trujillo.
So what do you think I should order with regard to his release?
¿Qué cree usted que yo le debo ordenar o exigir a él referente a su libertad?
No, que no tenga ningún tipo de acercamiento hacia mi persona ni hacia mis hijos.
That he should come nowhere near my person or my children.
Should have no contact.
O sea, que no tenga trato en absoluto.
Okay, so do you and your children, what address do you live at?
Entonces, ustedes y sus hijos, ¿en qué dirección viven?
Mis hijos están en la 2416 Goodwill Alley, Kissimmee, Florida 34744.
My kids are at 2416 Goodwill Alley, Kissimmee, Florida 34744.
And is that where you reside as well, ma'am?
¿Y usted reside ahí también, señora?
Yo vivo allí, pero estaba compartiendo una relación con el señor Osmel.
Clarification. ¿Usted vive allí, pero estaba compartiendo con quién, perdón?
El señor Osmel Trujillo.
Yes, I lived there, but I also had a relationship with Mr. Omar Trujillo.
Right, and he lived at 2908 Tuscany Way, via Tuscany Way?
¿Y él vivía en el 2908 via Tuscany Way?
Sí, correcto.
Yes, that's correct.
So there's no need for me to order Mr. Trujillo to stay away from the via Tuscany Way address because you live somewhere else. Is that correct?
Entonces no sería necesario que yo le exigiera al señor Trujillo que se mantenga alejado de la dirección de via Tuscany Way porque usted no vive allí. ¿Eso es correcto?
Correcto.
Correct.
Do you know whether Mr. Trujillo possesses or owns any guns or other weapons?
¿Usted está consciente si el señor Trujillo porta o es propietario de armas de fuego o algún otro tipo de arma?
Sí.
Yes.
What does he own?
¿De qué es propietario él?
Tiene un arma.
He has a weapon.
What kind of weapon?
¿Qué tipo de arma?
Nunca la he visto.
I've never seen it.
You've heard him speak about it?
Pero usted lo ha oído mencionar
Sí.
por parte de él.
Ujú.
Yes.
How has he described the weapon?
¿De qué manera ha descrito él el arma de fuego?
Como pistola, un arma corta. Entiendo.
It's like a pistol. It's like a small weapon, I believe.
Okay. Has he ever threatened you with the weapon?
¿Él en algún momento lo ha amenazado usted con el arma?
No.
No.
Okay. All right, State, do you have any questions for the witness?
Fiscalía, ¿tiene usted alguna pregunta para la testigo?
Your Honor, State would just inquire as to whether the children are in common or what is the relationship between Mr. Trujillo and the children.
La fiscalía simplemente quiere percatarse qué relación tiene el señor Trujillo con los niños, si los niños son en común o qué tipo de relación tienen.
Él no es el papá de los niños, pero sí los conoce.
He's not the children's father, but he does know them.
Anything else?
Your Honor,
¿Algo más?
no, just argument.
Okay.
No solamente argumento.
Ms. Smith, do you have any questions for the witness?
Licenciada Smith, ¿tiene usted alguna pregunta para el testigo?
I'm sorry?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank
No,
you.
señoría.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may have a seat.
Thank you.
Gracias, señora. Está excusada. Puede tomar asiento.
All right, Ms. Boutin, argument?
¿Argumento?
Briefly, Your Honor, state is just requesting no contact in this case. The parties do not have children in common, so there's no reason for them to, Mr. Trio, to have any contact with the victim in this case, Your Honor.
Brevemente, estamos pidiendo que se le prohíba el trato con la víctima. Ellos no tienen niños en común, así es que no existe razón para que él vuelva a tener trato con la presunta víctima.
All right, Ms. Smith, do you have any argument?
Licenciada Smith, ¿tiene usted algún argumento? No, su señoría.
And Officer Jenkins, is there an immigration warrant, or is this just a note of his status in general?
Agente Jenkins, ¿esto es, existe una orden de arresto de inmigración o simplemente un aviso de estatus?
Status in general.
En un estado en términos generales.
All right, thank you.
Gracias.
Right, sir, I'm going to set your bond at the amount of $1,000.
Señor, le voy a programar su fianza en $1,000.
Conditions of bond are as follows.
Tendrá las siguientes condiciones de libertad bajo fianza.
You must surrender your firearm or all firearms and weapons prior to your release.
Usted tiene que entregar toda arma de fuego que usted tenga antes de su liberación.
You may not have contact with Ms. Jacqueline Arnetta.
No se le permitirá el trato con la señorita Jacqueline Urdaneta.
That means you cannot be within 500 feet of her home, her place of employment, or any place she is known to frequent.
Y usted se le prohíbe estar a menos de 500 pies del hogar de ella, del lugar de su empleo o cualquier lugar donde ella acuda con frecuencia.
You may not have contact with her children as well.
Y no se le permitirá el trato con los niños de ellas tampoco.
In addition to the physical limitations, you may not have communication contact directly or indirectly through third parties or any electronic means.
Y además de las restricciones físicas, se le va a prohibir a usted la comunicación con la presunta víctima, sea de manera directa e indirecta, por tercera parte, usando algún método electrónico.
All right, and are there any other conditions, State, you would be requesting?
Fiscalía, ¿hay otras condiciones que están exigiendo ustedes?
No, Your Honor.
No, su señoría.
Let me clarify that surrendering weapons and firearms also includes that you may not possess any weapons or firearms after surrendering any you currently own.
Y déjeme aclarar, después que usted entregue cualquier arma blanca o arma de fuego del cual usted sea propietario, no se le va a permitir que porte arma o sea dueño de arma de fuego cuando esté liberado.
Ms. Smith, is there anything further we should address on this case?
Licenciada Smith, ¿hay algo adicional que hay que tramitar en este caso? No, su señoría.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Gracias, caballero.
1,000. Thank you. All right, Mr. Interpreter, could you request anyone else who needs assistance to raise their hand?
Certainly, Your Honor. Su atención, por favor, si hay alguna otra persona presente que necesite los servicios del intérprete, por favor, alce la mano en este momento.
Your Honor, we have Manuel Rodriguez approaching.
All right. Let me find his. All right, this is Manuel Rodriguez, 22 MM 1982.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Officer Jenkins, what is the legal constraint referenced on the cover page?
Licenciado agente Jenkins, ¿cuáles son las restricciones legales que están indicadas en la primera página?
He's currently incarcerated at Osceola County Jail.
Actualmente se encuentra encarcelado en la cárcel del condado de Osceola.
Is he serving a sentence or is he being held pending another case? Can you tell?
Another case.
¿Él está actualmente cumpliendo una sentencia o está siendo detenido en algún otro caso?
All right.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, the interpreter did not hear the response.
I said all right.
No, my apologies, Judge. I meant the response from the officer.
Oh, she said he,
Another case?
yeah, he's incarcerated on another case.
Thank you, Judge. Él está encarcelado en otro caso.
All right, sir, you were arrested in this case for misdemeanor battery.
Señor, usted fue arrestado en este caso por un cargo delito menor de agresión.
This is an unusual affidavit in that the charge doesn't really mirror the factual description. Perhaps that's based on the age of the allegations and so forth.
Esto es un affidavit un poco fuera de lo normal, ya que el cargo no concuerda con la base fáctica. Es posible que sean hechos diferentes basados en la antigüedad de la alegación.
State, can you enlighten me with that regard?
Your
Fiscalía,
Honor,
¿pudiera aclararme usted referente a ese detalle?
State also has the understanding that it is charged this way because of the age of the victim.
Su señoría se está acusando de tal manera debido a la edad de la víctima.
All right.
Your Honor, just additionally, State does want to make some argument on bond, so the court is aware.
Okay.
Y su señoría, la fiscalía también quiere hacer un argumento sobre la fianza. ¿Está bien?
Right, so there is probable cause for the battery charge and arrest.
Existe indicios razonables para el cargo de agresión y para el arresto.
Ms. Smith, before I take argument from counsel, is there anything that you wish for me to address?
Licenciada Smith, antes de que yo escuche el argumento de la licenciada, ¿hay algo que usted quiere que yo tramite?
I think we've answered all of the questions that I had so far with this
Okay, thank you.
affidavit.
Ya creo que hemos contestado todas las dudas y preguntas que yo tenía referente a este affidavit en particular. Bueno, muchas gracias.
Ms. Biden, you may argue.
Licenciada, su argumento.
Your Honor, in this case, State is requesting a higher bond, being that Mr. Manuel Rodriguez has a pending case, 22 CF 813, that alleges similar acts and similar instances as to what occurred in this case, Your Honor.
Su señoría, la fiscalía está pidiendo una fianza un poco más elevada porque el señor Rodríguez tiene pendiente otro caso, 22 CF 813, en la cual se alegan actos similares e incidentes similares.
Ms. Smith, do you have any argument you wish to present?
Licenciada, ¿tiene usted algún argumento que usted quisiera presentar?
Your Honor, just that this is charged as an M1, and defense would request that the bond amount be stayed within the regular schedule for what it's charged as.
Su señoría, solamente de que esto es un cargo que se está acusando como delito menor de primer grado y estamos pidiendo que la fianza esté programada basada en las pautas normales para este tipo de delito.
All right. Mr. Rodriguez is currently being held on zero bond in Judge Carson's division.
En este momento, el señor Rodríguez está siendo detenido sin derecho a fianza en el tribunal del juez Carson.
That is in case number 22 CF 813.
En el caso 22 CF 813.
It appears to me that he has not yet moved to have bond set in that case.
Veo que todavía no se ha tramitado, no se ha entablado el pedimento para programar fianza en ese caso.
Therefore, this case would be a proper consideration for Judge Karsten to consider in determining bond in the more serious case.
Y por lo tanto, este caso sería uno de los factores para que el juez Karsten determine la cantidad de fianza en el caso más grave.
Given the circumstances described in the affidavit and the conscious decision to charge this only as a misdemeanor,
Y debido a la decisión y las circunstancias indicados en el affidavit y la decisión consciente de solamente alegar esto como delito menor,
I think leaving the bond at $500 is appropriate. Again, this is a charge that Judge Carson could certainly consider if deciding a bond in the other case.
y por lo tanto, creo que se debe dejar programada la fianza en $500, pero de nuevo, debido al cargo, es algo que el juez Karsten pudiera considerar cuando él determine la fianza en el otro caso.
Conditions of bond are going to be no contact with the listed victim, Kaylee Lee Brown.
Condiciones de esta fianza serán prohibición de trato con la presunta víctima Kaylee Lee Brown
And no contact with children under the age of 18.
y se le prohibirá contacto o trato con personas menores de 18 años de edad.
And let me clarify, that would be no unsupervised contact with youth under age 18.
Y déjeme aclarar, me refiero a trato sin supervisión con personas menores de 18 años de edad.
All right, anything else, Ms. Boudin?
¿Algo más, licenciada?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nada por parte de la Fiscalía, su señoría.
Ms. Smith?
Señor Smith, nada por parte de la defensa.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, caballero.
Anyone else need the assistance of the interpreter?
No, Your Honor, we're ready.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Interpreter. We appreciate you.
You're welcome, Your Honor. Have a good afternoon.
All right, the next case, or next individual on the docket, he has two cases. Randall Johnson. These are Broward County cases, 21-1540 and 21-4414.
He is present and approaching, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Hi, good afternoon, sir. You were arrested on warrants out of Broward County in these two cases. I'm assuming it's a failure to appear warrant. They call it a felony no-show capias. No bonds have been set in either case. So you will be transported to Broward County, where you will be able to address your cases and any conditions of release with the judge there. Okay?
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Next individual, Dennis Fernandez, Fernandes. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, you were arrested on a warrant issued by Judge Epperson for failure to appear at arraignment. He did set bonds for you. On count one, petty theft, he set a bond at $1,000. And on count two, requesting a refund with a false receipt, he set bond at $250. All right? And I don't know if there are any conditions. That is not on my paperwork. So any prior conditions set in the case would apply to those bonds. All right, thank you, sir. Well, before you go, does he have a next court date, Madam Clerk?
Arraignment, September 22nd, 8:30 a.m., quorum 5B.
All right, September 22nd will be your next court date, sir. Thank you. Gretchen Greer, 21 CF 2298.
She is present and approaching, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, an information has been filed in this case with 3 counts. Fraudulent use of personal identification information. Judge Carson set your bond at $3,500. Grand theft in the 3rd degree of $10,000 or more, he set your bond at $1,000. And scheme to defraud, he set your bond at $1,000. I don't have the conditions in front of me. Let me see if I can find those quickly. The only bond Judge Carson set was no contact directly or indirectly with any victim, co-defendant, or witness. Okay? Thank you. All right. Magdala Jean, 22 CF 2472. Good afternoon, ma'am. You were arrested, ma'am, on 2 charges, robbery with a weapon on count 1 and petty theft on count 2. There is probable cause, as was found by the emergency duty judge. Your bond on count 1 is $10,000. Your bond on count 2 is $500. You may not have contact with Gioconda Ruiz or Winston Walters. You may not return to 2941 Vineland Road, Vista Liquors. You may not have contact with your co-defendant. Okay?
Your Honor, Ms. Jean is a single mother who has just recently come into employment here in the last week. We would ask if you would consider lowering the bond as to count 1.
Not under the circumstances that I read about. The division judge can conduct an evidentiary hearing on that and lower the bond if appropriate.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, Terry Mashburn, 22 1942.
Good morning.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mashburn. Sir, you were arrested for violation of an injunction for protection against domestic violence. There is probable cause as the emergency duty judge found. You're on probation in 21 2918, which is a similar case, violation of domestic violence injunction. There's probable cause for the current arrest, so there will be an on-view finding of violation of probation in 21 2918. You'll be held without bond on that case. In case number 22 1942, your bond is going to be at $10,000. May not have any contact with Edna Mashburn. May not be within 500 feet of 4182 Flying Fortress Avenue. May not possess any weapons or firearms. Okay, I believe that's everything. Anything further, State?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Ms. Smith, anything further from the defense?
Nothing from defense, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. Next case would be Christopher Ray Riccitelli, 21 CF 3153.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, what was that name again?
Riccitelli,
Yes, Your Honor, if we could reset for 24 hours, he's having mental health issues.
all right. So we will reset this for tomorrow.
Actually, Your Honor, it's a VOP. We could probably waive that.
Okay. It is a VOP. Judge Karsten, this is in my division, but Judge Karsten signed the warrant on my behalf while I was away. There is no bond set in the case. Okay, thank you.
I have a VOP arraignment for September 12th, 8:45 a.m., courtroom 5F.
All right, great. September 12th will be his next court date. Then we have Michael Javier Rivera Mercado, 2019 CF 3407.
He is President approaching, Your Honor. And if we waive any underlying readings.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, you were arrested on a VOP warrant. Actually, I signed this one for Judge Karsten in his absence. You're accused of violating conditions 13 of the Order of Community Control. There is no bond in your case, sir. Does Mr. Mercado have a current court date, Madam Clerk?
VOP arraignment September 6th, 8:30 a.m., courtroom 4F.
All right. Courtroom 4F, sir. Thank you. All right, September 6th. Thank you. All right, Oscar Santos DeBone.
He is President approaching, Your Honor. If we can waive readings.
Sure. All right, good afternoon, sir. Sir, you were arrested is this considered a capital offense, state?
A moment, Your Honor.
Do you know, Ms. Smith?
I believe so. Give me just 1 second.
In any event, sir, you were arrested on a very serious charge. Ms. Smith, I'm going to ask you to visit with Mr. DeBone and find out what his employment situation is and so forth. I understand he has at least one child based on what I read in his affidavit. But I would typically not set bond in a case like this, but based on what I read in the affidavit, I'm willing to hear from counsel with regard to those issues.
May I have just 1 moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you. We're ready to proceed, Your Honor.
Tell me a little bit about his
His employment and financial responsibilities?
correct, and children.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Santos DeBon is currently employed full-time with the Orange County Convention Center. He has 4 children that he supports. two older children that are 24 and 18 that he still helps provide financial support, and the two youngest are 9 and 5.
How long has he been separated from the listed victim's parent?
One moment, Your Honor. About 8, 9 years, Your Honor.
All right. So it is a punishable by life offense, so it's not a capital offense, but it is a very serious charge, as I mentioned. Okay, State, do you wish to be heard with regard to bond?
Your Honor, state would just request that the bond be kept at 0 and be heard in front of the trial division based on the seriousness of the charges. It is a PBL, as the court has mentioned, and the state would like to have the victim present or the victim's family present in regards to bond conditions and the setting of a bond, Your Honor.
All right, defense, you wish to be heard?
Your Honor, as the state at this time, it does not appear has filed a pre-detention motion. We would request that the court set bond.
All right, so as I said before, I often defer to the division judge. On this one, however, proof is not evident and presumption is not great based on the affidavit before me. There's no indication that a pretrial detention motion is going to be filed, and I don't think it would be successful if it was based on what's in this affidavit. I don't mean to diminish the seriousness of the allegations. They are very serious. However, they date back a number of years. There has been ongoing contact to some degree between this gentleman and the alleged victim and the alleged victim's family. And there hasn't seemed to have been any problems over the course of many years. So I don't think that it's the right or fair thing to do to hold him without bond in those circumstances. So what I will do is set bond in the amount of $10,000 with special conditions that Mr. Santos Devon have no contact with the listed victim. It appears to me, based on this affidavit, that the listed victim has for quite some time been dropping off a younger child at Mr. Santos's home. So she's not going to be able to do that anymore with the no contact order in place. All right. I don't know of any other conditions that would be necessary under the circumstances, Ms. Boudin, do you?
No, Your Honor, and the state would be requesting no contact based on the nature of the charges and the incident. Again, state would argue that, bond conditions and bond be set in front of the trial judge, just so that the court is aware of all circumstances around the relationship and the events of the parties involved, Your Honor.
Well, I understand that typically, but again, this is a situation that arose years after the alleged incidents occurred, and the alleged victim had ample opportunity to provide very detailed information to law enforcement, and this is all I got. So I'm comfortable doing what I'm doing under those circumstances. Ms. Smith, is there anything else that I need to address?
No, Judge.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, Lisa Aponte, 22 MM 1973. Ms. Aponte, you were arrested for violation of an injunction against stalking. There is probable cause. There is also an injunction in place that requires you have no contact with the listed victim, shall not go within 500 feet of the address, 3008 Parkway Boulevard, apartment 302, not possess any firearms or ammunition. Based on the nature of the charge, I'm going to set your bond in this case at $10,000 and order that you comply with all conditions of the injunction that is currently in place. All right? Anything else, State?
Your Honor, just that the defendant has no contact with the listed party in the injunction.
Yeah, and that's a condition of the injunction, so all of those conditions will apply. Ms. Smith, anything further?
No, Judge.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, Simeon Bonino, 22 MM 1974.
Just one moment, Judge.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Bonino. Sir, you were arrested on the charge of domestic assault. That is a misdemeanor. You're not going to be, there is probable cause for the arrest. I have to set conditions of your release because this was a domestic violence incident. You're not going to be able to return to the residence where you were living, so where are you going to be able to reside?
I can go to the shelter.
Go where?
I can go to the shelter.
Okay. You don't have any other family who you could stay with?
No, they're all dead.
All right. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay. All right, there is probable cause for the arrest. You're on probation in case number 2019 CF 2110. The probable cause in this case gives rise to an on-view finding of violation of condition 5 of that order of probation. So you'll be held on zero bond for a violation of that probation. In this assault case, I'm going to set your bond at $1,000. Conditions of bond are you may not have contact with the listed victim, Dion Pittman. You may not return to 2402 Fenetre Lane in Kissimmee. If you have belongings there that you need to retrieve, you can go with law enforcement one time to obtain those belongings. All right, you may not possess any weapons or firearms. Anything else, State?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Smith?
Nothing from defense, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay, Dakota Dudzik. 22 CF 2516. Good afternoon, sir. Tell me how to pronounce your last name. Dudzik. All right. Well, I was trying to get it right and I missed it. Sorry. All right, Mr. Dudzik, I've read this arrest affidavit. As they would say on Facebook, it's complicated. So you were arrested for misdemeanor battery and robbery, sudden snatching. There is probable cause. It's not a strong case, but there is probable cause for the charges. Do you own or rent 1531 Crestridge Drive?
I rent,
Who do you rent from?
it would be the victim's uncle. He just passed away about a month ago or a couple weeks ago.
I'm sorry, say that one more time. It would be who?
The victim's uncle.
Uncle, okay.
He passed away a couple weeks ago. But I don't think he owns it either.
All right. Well, so where else can you live?
Back in the tent, I guess.
Do you have any family in the area?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Can you stay with them?
Yeah, yes, I'd probably stay with my mom.
All right. Yeah, so this is the problem with these kind of cases, and it looks like there's an ongoing feud between you and the listed victim, and listen, I've read what I've read, and I'm not picking sides today because there's clearly more to the story than is on paper, but all I can deal with is what's in front of me on paper, okay? So I'm not picking sides, but based on the nature of the charge and based on the fact there is probable cause, I'm going to treat this case like I would any other case of domestic nature. Although you may not be living as a family unit, you may just be roommates and that sort of thing, but I gotta treat it the way I would treat everybody else. So here's what I'm going to do based on the circumstances that are unusual. I'm going to reduce your bond to, you don't qualify, unfortunately, for non-monetary pretrial release, but I'm gonna, Officer Jenkins, does Mr. Dudzik have any history?
Yes, sir. Going back from 2008, he had battery, burglary, carrying concealed weapon, ag assault, burglary of a vehicle, and possession of controlled substance and marijuana.
All right, so what is the most recent charge?
The most recent was possession of marijuana, possession of drug paraphernalia, a resisting officer without violence. That was 2018.
2018, so
Yes, sir.
he's, all right, how old is the ag battery or aggravated assault case?
That's up around 2013.
All right. All right, Mr. Dudzik, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to grant you ROR on each count with the following conditions. All right, you may return to 1531 Crestridge Drive one time with law enforcement to get personal belongings, okay?
Is that just during the case or after it gets resolved?
Say it again?
Is that just during the case? After it gets resolved and everything, will I be able to?
Yeah, once this case is over, unless there's no contact order through the case, you would be able to go back. I'm not sure why you would want to live with somebody who makes these kinds of charges. I'm sorry?
It's better than living in a tent.
I guess that depends on your perspective, but okay. I mean, I respect whatever you want to do, but while the case is pending, you cannot have contact with your former roommate. Let's see. I guess that's Peter DeShiel. All right, so you can't have contact with him. You can't return to 1531 Crestridge Drive except once with law enforcement to get your personal belongings. You may not possess any weapons or firearms. You're gonna have to maintain a separate residence. All right, state anything else?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Ms. Smith?
Nothing from defense, Your Honor.
All right, sir, I'm cutting you a break by giving you an ROR. I'm doing that because of what I read. I typically wouldn't do that based on your history, but I mean, don't make me regret my decision, okay? All right, thanks.
One more question. My mom resides in Polk County. Would I be able to stay there or?
Yeah, I didn't put any restrictions on where you can live. But you do have to stay in touch with your lawyer, and you do have to come to court when you have to come to court. If you fail to do any of that, you'd be back in jail. All right? All right, Joel Haniff, 22 MM 1975. How you doing, sir?
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Sir, you were arrested for petty theft at Wawa.
Yes, sir.
Does Mr. Haniff have any kind of history? It didn't look like it to me, Officer Jenkins.
He have 1, 2, 3 trespassing. The latest one was trespassing, always dropped, petty theft, 2019, and he was mentally unstable to stand trial.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Hampton, he is currently incompetent to stand trial. I believe the last finding was in May of this year.
All right, well, none of that is on here, and of course, no findings been made in this case, but I'm not surprised based on what I've read. Who lives at 4660 Prairie Point Boulevard?
My landlord and a roommate?
Is your landlord a relative or what?
No, sir.
You have any relatives in the area?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sir, you don't qualify for non-monetary pretrial release, but I'm going to grant you ROR based on the nature of the charge. There'll have to be some sort of finding in this case with regard to the competency issue. I'm not doing the ROR based on that because.
I apologize to interrupt, Your Honor, but
All right, so no return to Wawa at 4397 West Vine Street. All right, so stay away from that place, sir, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, take care. All right, Richie Azari, 20. I don't see a case number on this one. 22 MM 1976.
How are you doing, Your Honor?
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, you were arrested for misdemeanor battery, domestic violence. There is probable cause. I don't have a witness here, although I read in the affidavit that they didn't want to prosecute. Looks like you're on probation and conditional release, perhaps, on 3 cases, 2021 CT 3084, 22 CT 1175, 21 CF 3502.
Your Honor, on that, with the probation, they're monitoring him, he's on the condition release. But probation is monitoring him on those cases now.
Okay, so that's not mental health conditional release?
No, sir.
All right. So because there's a violation of probation on view, based on the probable cause, you'll be held for VOP without bond in those 3 cases.
Can you give me those case numbers again, please, Judge?
Yes, 21 CT 3084, 22 CT 1175, 21 CF 3502.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, is he on probation on all 3 cases?
I have no idea. I'm just reading the notes that have been given to me by pretrial release. I'm pulling up the 21 CF case now. Actually,
Your Honor, PTR just let me know that those conditional releases were violated in June, so he's no longer on those?
On probation.
Or the probation?
actually, he is on conditional release for mental illness. So his conditional release is going to be revoked in those cases, and the division judge can address the case at that time. So I'm not ordering zero, well, I guess I am ordering zero bond, but the conditional release is revoked, but it's not a probation violation, I guess is what I should be saying. That's in front of Judge Karsten. In the new case, bond will be set in the amount of $500. He may not return to 3919 Cedar Hammock Trail in St. Cloud, may not have contact with Diana or Christian Irizarry. And Judge Karsten can address those conditions at an evidentiary hearing if we have witnesses at that time. I don't have anyone here today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, what are we doing with the conditional release?
It's revoked.
Okay,
Yeah.
just wanted to make sure, thank you.
All right, we have two cases for Dustin King, 22 CF 2518 and 22 MM 1977.
He is present and approaching. If we could waive the underline.
If we could what?
He would like to waive the underline, or
Oh.
he would like to waive the reading.
Okay. All right, you were arrested on two cases, Mr. King.
I'm confused as to why it's two cases.
Yeah, well, you can talk to your attorney because she's waived the reading of the charges, sir. She can explain that to you in more detail. I do not find probable cause for the first charge. I think what was exposed does not qualify under the statute, and the statute, I think, requires full, not partial. Is that clear enough?
Yes, Your Honor, state has no argument.
Okay. There is probable cause on count 2 in case number 2518. Bond on that count is going to be set at $250. And in case number 1977, there's probable cause, and bond will be set at that, in that case, at $250. Conditions of bond are going to be no return to the laundromat located at 1200 Indiana Avenue in St. Cloud. And no return to Save-A-Lot, which is near that laundromat. I don't see an address for Save-A-Lot.
I have 916 13th Street, St. Cloud, Your Honor.
All right, no return to 916 13th Street in St. Cloud. No contact with Austin Sorrentino, rather. And no contact with Maria Benitez. And no contact with Jamie Fogel. All right, and those bonds will carry pretrial release conditions. All right?
You want him direct?
No, with the monetary.
So you want to,
$250 on
PTR?
yes,
You want to bond with PTR? Okay.
yeah. Bond with PTR.
On both cases, Your Honor?
Yes.
And the count one where there is no probable cause?
ROR.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, Omar Oyola Lopez. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, you were arrested for violation of injunction for protection in a domestic violence case. There is probable cause for that arrest. You're out on bond in case number 22 CF 1323. The probable cause in this case, 22 MM 1978, constitutes a violation of the terms of release, so you'll be, your bond will be revoked in case number 22 CF 1323, and you'll be held with zero bond, pretrial detention pursuant to statute. In the current case, the new case, based on the nature of the violation, your bond is going to be at $10,000. You may not return to 2425 Black Powder Lane. You may not have contact with Orlando Reyes. All right. You may not possess any weapons or firearms. Okay, thank you, sir. Cynthia Santoriello. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. Judge, sir.
Ma'am, you were arrested for misdemeanor battery. There is probable cause for that arrest. Don't have a witness here for your case. You qualify for pretrial release with a bond. So I'm going to set your bond at $500 with pretrial release conditions. Unfortunately, you're going to have to find another place to reside. You can't return to 4715 Kissimmee Park Road, number 6.
I knew this. That was my grandparents' house. The only other family I got is in Fort Lauderdale, which I've already contacted my Uncle John. I was released from Florida Hospital. So I went through the whole homeless thing on Orange Avenue. Florida Hospital picked me up. The point is, my Uncle John hasn't contacted me back, so my mom calls the cops, lies on the report, gets me put in here. So I'm just letting you know, because I'm tired of my.
All right, thank you, Ms. Smith. Ma'am, I understand your situation is complicated, but I can only deal with what's in front of me today. This is not an evidentiary proceeding. According to the affidavit, you were in your mother's residence when all of this happened. So you are not allowed to go back there. You're not allowed to have contact with Robin Santoriello.
Yep, that's fine.
Yep, and, okay, so you may not possess any weapons or firearms, right? So I've given you a pretty low bond with pretrial release conditions, but that's the best I can do with what's in front of me, okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Hector Sarcone, 22 CF 2520.
Yes, President approaching, if we could waive readings, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir. All right, sir, you were arrested on 2 charges. Your attorney has waived the reading. They are domestic in nature. It's an unfortunate set of circumstances. It seems like you were down here on holiday, is that right?
Yeah, I was down here on vacation with for my daughter's birthday.
Yeah. So, and I don't have a witness here. So unfortunately, what's the other legal constraint, Officer Jenkins?
Well, one, he got for the nature of the charge.
Right.
And he's on 3-year probation out of New York.
Okay. Well, I have no jurisdiction over New York probation, so I can't do anything about that. Since I don't have a witness here today, sir, I have to address your case like I would other cases. I'm going to, and you're out of state, which complicates things a bit as well. I'm going to set your bond at $5,000. You may not have contact with the listed victims. Angela Sarcone.
That's my wife that I'm married for 11 years and I live with.
I understand, but, it's a domestic situation and she's not here. So you can't have contact with her. You can move the division judge and she can come and testify and that can be modified, but I don't have anyone here today. And I suspect the second victim is a minor child of yours, but you're not going to be able to have contact with that child while this case is pending or until it's modified, okay? You can't possess any weapons or firearms either. It's, like I said, it's an unfortunate circumstance, but I can only deal with what's in front of me. State, anything else?
Your Honor, State would additionally just ask for them to maintain separate residences.
All right. Well, I've ordered no contact, so you would have to maintain a separate residence to comply with the no contact order. So, yes, you do have to maintain a separate residence. You can return one time to the rental that you all rented. You'll have to go with law enforcement to get your personal belongings, sir. The public.
Bond for those two?
Let me look. So it'll be the amount of the bond too is because of the out-of-state residents. So bond on count 2 will be $4,000. Bond on count 1 will be $1,000. And sir, the public defender can advise you about the mechanics of what I've ordered, okay?
You said what, sir?
I'm sorry?
I didn't understand what you...
I said the public defender can explain in more detail the mechanics, the conditions I've ordered and how to comply with those, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
You have a good day.
All right, Samuel Vieira Cruz, 22 CF 2521.
Your Honor, if we could reset, he's in detox.
Okay. We will address him tomorrow.
Unless you are intending to stay the bond, in which case.
Officer Jenkins, what is the other legal constraint?
You have a failure to appear out of Georgia from 4/26/2022.
Is there a hold for him?
No, sir.
Yeah, I don't, based on what I read, I'm not going to raise the bond.
What was that, Your Honor?
I said, based on what I read, I was not planning to change the bond.
Okay. Defense is comfortable waiving his appearance.
All right, so there is probable cause for his arrest for grand theft auto. His bond is at $1,000. He may not return to Econo Lodge. at 4669 West Earl Bronson Memorial Highway. I don't have the names of any victims. And I suspect that the gentleman who was, quote, renting, end quote, the car to him did not own the car either. So, no, not doing a no contact. All right, state anything
Honor.
else on that one?
Are we waiving his appearance, Your Honor?
Yes, his appearance is waived by the public.
Thank you.
Was there anything else, state, on that one?
Your Honor, state doesn't have any information on the car owner, but would ask the court to put on the record that the defendant has no contact with the owner of the Kia Optima.
Okay, I can do that, although we have no idea of who that is or how to enforce that, but and he didn't even know the name of the person he rented the car from, so, but no contact with the owner of the stolen vehicle. All right, Mr. Pate, this is a reset from yesterday. Good afternoon, Mr. Pate. So I reset this one because I found no probable cause on this case. There were 3 cases. I addressed them yesterday. I addressed some other cases, so I'm not going to rehash all of that. This is case number 22MM1958. The state has not submitted a revised affidavit, so I find no probable cause for the violation of domestic injunction charge. So your bond on that case will be ROR. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Sebastian Smith, 22MM1927.
Your Honor, I'm so sorry. For Mr. Pate, I believe on the PTR info sheet, it says he's out on bond, 22MM1631. I'm not sure if that's one of the cases.
I addressed all that yesterday.
Okay,
Yeah, so all of that was addressed on the record yesterday.
okay.
Yeah, so today we're just addressing probable cause on 1958.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Smith, sir, you were arrested on the charge of petty theft. There is probable cause. Your bond on the case is $500, and you will be have a condition not to return to Walmart at 3250 Vineland Road. You're out on bail in 22 CF 1870. The new arrest and probable cause is a violation of the conditions of your prior release, so your bond will be revoked in 22 CF 1870. You'll be held in that case without bond and pretrial detention pursuant to statute. Okay? Thank you, sir.